Is that the live stream on
Sure,
there?
the live stream's up and running.
Good. Then hello everybody and welcome to this fourth and final week of the Clauchrie wind farm inquiry. This week we're considering noise issues today and tomorrow, conditions and various closing matters on Wednesday, and then later on Wednesday afternoon and on Thursday and possibly Friday, we're returning to the topic of radar mitigation and possibly any further wrap up of noise matters. Can I first ask the parties taking part today to introduce themselves and just check their technology is working? First of all, who's appearing for the applicants today?
Good morning, sir. I am Malcolm Thompson. My witness today is Mr. Mike Craven. He's my sole witness.
Thank you. And for the objectors, Mr. Grosvenor, I understand you'll be acting as the lay advocate on behalf of all the objectors today. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Good, and I can hear you fine. And Mr. Campbell, I can see you're in the room, but I don't think the council's taking part in this session or wants to ask any questions. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. So good morning.
Good morning.
I'm just listening for the council's benefit, but I won't be taking part in any respect.
That's fine.
That's of course something unexpected comes up.
Of course. Thank you. So as usual, can I ask you please to mute yourselves when not speaking? And for those who aren't participating in the hearing, to turn your videos off. I made various announcements at the start of the inquiry regarding such matters as the webcasting of proceedings, COVID restrictions, and the inquiry timetable and process, but I won't repeat those now. If anyone's interested in seeing those or hearing those again, they can all be viewed on the webcast for the 24th of May, available on the DPEA webcasting site. So I think I just had a couple of procedural points to make before we start. First of all, on Wednesday, we'll be discussing the accompanied site inspection. But I did want to say now that my office has been in contact with Forestry and Land Scotland, and we have had to fix the date of the inspection for the 30th of June. And we're also suggesting an earlier start time of 10 a.m. Just because I've realised now we do have quite a lot of ground to cover, and obviously we can't travel so quickly on the forest roads. I've also received some helpful notes from Mr. Shaw on the proposed itinerary. So as I say, those are helpful, and we'll discuss all that further on Wednesday. And the second point I just wanted to make was that I think we agreed earlier in the inquiry that we would discuss the detailed wording of noise conditions at the condition session on Wednesday. So while we may touch on conditions today in a more general sense, I don't think we need to go too far into the detailed wordings. Are there any other procedural points that anyone wants to make at this stage before we start hearing the evidence? Then, if I could turn to you then, Mr. Thompson, to lead your first witness, please.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Mr. Craven. I think you're Mike Craven. You're a principal acoustic consultant at Hayes Mackenzie Partnership Limited. You're the lead author of the noise assessment presented in Chapter 10 of the EIA report, which is CD 1.1.11. And I think you're also the author of the applicant's noise inquiry report, which is APP 4.1. You have a recognition, which I think we're going to take as read. I think you're also involved in the preparation of CD 1.2.42 to 45. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
And I'd like to begin by asking you some questions arising from the precognitions that have been lodged. And in no particular order, starting with Ms. Campbell's recognition. one of the first points that she makes is concerned with her claimed lack of a cumulative assessment in this case. Could you comment on that, please?
The cumulative assessment was presented within the IAA was entirely appropriate, and it was agreed with the local authority that we didn't need to go any further.
And
The assessment provided. There is some documents at figure CD 1.2.44. Showing
if we all looked at that.
yes, it fits here. And that shows all the relevant dwellings.
And can we also see Dock Royal Farm?
I'm struggling to open the figure at the moment, so that's why I'm stalling here. But Dock Royal Farm is located about 9.5 kilometres to the south post Clauchrie development.
And do we see it near the bottom of the map?
If I could see it, then I suspect.
Right. I think you're working from the memory stick, is that correct? And are you having trouble opening this particular map on the memory stick? Right. So we could just give Mr. Craven a moment to find it.
Yes, that's fine. Yes, I found it, and I can see Dock Royal Farm at the bottom of the map. I can't hear you, Mr. Thompson. I don't know if you're on mute.
I'm so sorry, sir. I think we can make use of a few moments to look at the legend on this.
Yeah. Yeah.
And to see the proposed Clauchrie turbines, the Mark Hill turbines, Shallock Well and Furter farms, and then the noise contours.
Yes, I see that. Yes, I see that.
And also the red line area for the application. Now, Mr. Craven, are you with us?
Yes, I'm.
Excellent. And you found Dock Royal as well.
Yes.
Could you talk us through what we're looking at here, please?
Well, this is the combined noise levels from Mark Hill and the Clauchrie development. It's along, just to be clarified, I'm on CD 1.2.44.
Can I just interrupt here? Is that figure 10.3?
Shows the contours, so you see some properties to the north that are on about the 30 dB.
Excuse me, can I just
90
interrupt
noise
here?
contour.
Is that figure 10.3?
It is, yeah. And then you can see Dock Royal to the south and Furter directly to the south of the Clauchrie development. White Clauchrie directly to the south, and Shallock Well located in between the two developments.
And by contrast, on the previous page, figure 10.2, do we see the noise contours just for the proposed Clauchrie?
That's exactly it, yeah.
Why is it that one's only looking at these two wind farms for the cumulative noise impact?
The other Araclioch, Kilgalioch and Chamorri sites are all located so far away from the relevant receptors at Clauchrie that a cumulative assessment would not be required to take these sites into account. And that approach was agreed with the council. We're looking at the proposed development.
And could you just talk us through the basic process? Do you go into a field with a measuring device and measure the existing base level, or what do you do?
The process for assessment is to use the ETSI WIN-370, which involves measuring prevailing background noise levels and using these then to derive appropriate noise limits at relevant properties. The thing about ETSI is that it's very specific about what background noise levels are and whether they should be influenced by turbine noise or not. So at Shallock Well, there's a clear influence from the existing turbines there. And as a result, we couldn't measure background noise levels. So our position was then to take baseline noise levels that were derived as part of the Mark Hill EIA and use these as part of the assessment for Clauchrie. Again, a process that was agreed with the council prior to doing the assessment.
And then
At that point, then we could use the predicted levels from Mark Hill and the predicted noise levels from Clauchrie to determine the cumulative noise impact in those two sites.
And was the same methodology used when assessing the impact at Thurto?
Absolutely, yes. But in this case, the existing noise levels from Mark Hill at Thurto are very low, so they're not necessarily relevant at that location.
And what about Dock Royal?
Again, Dock Royal is located nearly 10 kilometres away from the Clauchrie site. And it's obviously the most sensitive receptors would be Thurto, Shallock Well and White Clauchrie.
Did you take account of the contours, the relative contours of Dock Royal and the Clauchrie site?
Absolutely. One of the factors to take into account when you consider Clauchrie on its own, and given there's a precedent for a minimum lower limiting value of 40 dB in the area, if you can demonstrate that you're 10 dB below that, you can be very confident that either the introduction of the proposed development would be insignificant or it would result in overall noise levels, in combining all the other sites that would not exceed relevant limits.
Has anything happened over the last 5 years or so to change the noise coming from the Mark Hill turbines?
I'm not aware of any changes to the site that would result in difference in noise levels.
And just another basic point, does it follow that larger turbines make more noise than smaller turbines or not?
Certainly not here. So if we go to the chapter 10, so it's CD 1.1.11. I'm going to look at table 10.4.2, which is on page 7.
Sorry, Mr. Craven, can you give me that reference again, please?
It's a CD 1.1.11. That's the noise chapter, the EIA.
Right.
And it's page 7. And then table 10.4.2 shows at the bottom shows the source noise levels from the Gamesa G87, which is currently installed at Mark Hill. And the top shows the Vestas V150, which is proposed for Clauchrie, or is the candidate turbine. And you can compare the top line of numbers, the source noise levels, which are about 107 for the Vestas turbine used as candidate for the EIA, and the Gamesa G87, which is about 1.5 dB louder in terms of source noise levels.
Is that significant?
Well, given the difference in size of the turbines, you can see that how improvements in blade design are keeping associated noise levels with turbines broadly proportional to their predecessors. A little lower in some cases.
Moving on with Ms. Kendall's recognition, could you look please at paragraph 7 and the last sentence, where she asks, can the applicant state what research is being conducted into the effects of low frequency noise? Are you able to answer that, please?
I'm not aware of any ongoing research, or I'm sure there will be more information that's presented on this in the future. The last piece of research was the Finnish reports, which is CD 10.5, which demonstrated that they took a group of residents that were supposedly sensitized to infrasound from turbines and a group that were not, and then subjected them to various levels of infrasound, even as high where they would have expected it to be perceptible, and none of the participants could perceive the presence of infrasound. The samples they used were specifically based on measurements obtained from wind farms, or one wind farm in Finland.
So far as you're aware, is any research being done at the moment in Scotland or in the UK?
No further research at the moment.
Do you know why that's the case?
I don't think it's a sensitive issue, and that's, I think there's, although there will be a little bit of research going on in various countries, I think the overall view from governments is this is not a sensitive issue, and that wouldn't necessarily warrant further research on that basis.
Moving on to paragraph 14 of this recognition. there's a reference to the fact that the Mark Hill wind farm noise impact assessment was carried out 2 years before the IOA Good Practice Guide. Could you comment on that, please?
We reviewed the EIA specifically in terms of the background or baseline noise information that was presented within it, and determined that it was compliant with the requirements of the GPG in that respect, and as such we could use that information to inform the Clauchrie development. Again, that process was agreed with the council prior to submission of the EIA.
Thank you. Moving on then to Mr. Shaw's recognition. And paragraph 1.2, it is reference to the independent assessment that he had carried out by Mr. Dick, or by Dick Bowdler Associates. Could I ask you to comment on that, please?
Dick Bowdler essentially was given the monitoring data that we took from or measured at theatre, and was asked to comment on its suitability for the purposes of the EIA. And he specifically references filtering methods because the measurement location we ended up choosing at theatre was affected by some water noise, as was the White Clauchrie location. A lot of filtering, we filtered the data quite heavily to remove periods where rainfall had made water flow through watercourses, increased noise levels at the monitoring location. And Dick Bowdler references the fact that that's the sort of process that you go through in order to obtain something representative or conservative in terms of deriving noise limits. And that's exactly the same process that we went through when we did our filtering. In fact, our filtering results in lower noise levels than Mr. Bowdler determines, and gives then for most conservative basis for deriving noise limits.
That's its lower background noise levels.
That's it, yeah.
And moving on then to paragraph 2.1. This is a section where Mr. Shaw addresses infrasound and low frequency noise. Could you tell us briefly your position on infrasound?
Given the sets of evidence, within 10.5, as to people's sensitivity when they're presented with infrasounds and the fact they can't detect it. Given the German report, which is 10.4, which shows various measurements of infrasound coming from various sources, including background noise sources, which seems to indicate that infrasound is present regardless of whether turbines are present, although turbines do produce infrasound. And the fact that there's no, and has been no legislative requirement in the UK to control for infrasound at all. I think it's very unlikely that this is would result in health effects. I think the government would take it seriously if that was a case, or if there was any evidence to suggest it was.
Yep. And moving on then to Mrs. Shaw's recognition. paragraph 3.1, and the day she was stranded in the snow. Can you help us on what she experienced that day, noise-wise, what the effect of the snow and trees would be expected to be?
Well, Mrs. Shaw suggests that she could hear the desalop turbine 6.5 miles away during this period. Snow does have a tendency to dampen background noise levels, so sources that are located at ground levels, so things like traffic and the wind in the trees. Obviously, most people's experience of snowy days is that it gets very, very still and very, very quiet. Turbines are located at height, so regardless of snow on the ground, which can dampen normal background noise, sources, is unlikely to provide an obstruction to turbine noise because it is located, it's necessarily located higher in the air, and that's probably why Jean Shaw can hear the turbines under that circumstance.
And moving on then to Ms. Spencer's recognition. Paragraph 2, under the heading Evidence. She has a reference to CD 001.003.013E. Have you been able to identify that document?
I haven't been able to find that document.
Might it be a reference to the figure 10.3, the contour, the cumulative contour noise map that we've been looking at?
It may well be, but it's unclear.
And if it is, what does it tell us about Dock Royal Farm?
Well, Dock Royal is, as we discussed earlier, is about 9.5 kilometres to the south of Clauchrie. And I think on that basis that any topographical effects are going to be insignificant in the context of the distance they are that she's away from.
And then moving on to section 2.5 on page 2. I'm sorry, it's over the page on page 3. There's a reference to you in the paragraph before the break, Mr. Craven via the Hayes Mackenzie Company. Could you just take a moment to read that paragraph to yourself, please?
So it says here, oh, to myself, yeah.
Particularly the last sentence.
The reporters, in the interest of fairness and balance, might feel it appropriate to apply a healthy degree of scepticism to such unsupported dismissals of evidence he deems unfavourable to his employers.
Do you think that's a fair comment?
No, as a company, we're employed on an independent basis. We're here to advise developers. We also advise local councils, and some private residences as well as to appropriate ways of dealing with noise issues relating to wind turbines. My duty, particularly here, my duty to the inquiry, and it's just to inform on the basis of the facts that have been presented.
Yep. Turning on to page 4. She refers to CD 10.6, the document published by the Centre for Sustainable Energy. What is your view about the reliability or otherwise of that document?
The document itself is quite broad, consider all the different chapters within it. In respect of infrasound, it's clearly gone through a wide sort of literature review before coming to its conclusions about infrasound. And I think all the authors' positions are clearly set out, and the various issues with the infrasound argument are stated clearly. In respect of its the context of what it says about ETSU, for example, in the next chapter, or it might be the preceding chapter that's presented in that document, it's clear about the shortcomings of some of, well, not necessarily shortcomings, but there's some of the difficulties with ETSU, and it makes no bones about that. So it's incredibly balanced overall. Happy to rely on it.
Thank you. Turning to Ms. Crosswaite's recognition, paragraph sorry, I just find the numbering a little confusing. Yes, on page 4, under the paragraph number 17, she talks about SC60. And I wondered if you had thought about Dr. Yellen's report, which was attached to Ms. Crosswaite's original objection, which was CD 2.2.78, and its relevance to what she's saying here. So Dr. Yellen took a review of the initial Mark Hill EIA, and I think
determined basically most on that he disagreed with the predicted noise levels. He determined that it shouldn't have been granted permission. However, he did discuss the baseline noise levels, which is only what we're really concerned with here for the Clauchrie development, as we've relied on that information. And he's described, bear with me while I find the reference.
Well, first of all, can we be sure we're looking in the right place? It's CD 2.2.78 was the original objection. I think it ran to a couple of pages, and then there was an expert report by Dr. Yellen dated the 26th of June last year, commissioned by Gravener Consultancy on behalf of affected residents. Is this what you're looking at now?
Apologies, I'm struggling to open some of these files.
Will be in a minute.
Yeah, so
I think it begins at paragraph 6 with a review of the Mark Hill noise impact assessment. And then there are, starting at paragraph 15, references to a number of figures, figure 8.3, 8.4, and so on. Are those figures from chapter 10 of the Mark Hill noise impact assessment?
that's exactly it. So Dr. Yelland describes, so the two relevant locations for the Clauchrie development are Mark, which he described as noisy, but perhaps satisfactory, except for the emissions above, which relates to just the submissions of photographs of the measurement equipment and the provision of calibration certificates. Not necessarily, it doesn't discount the measurements. The point about it being noisy in terms of background noise levels relates to the presence of muck water, which is this river shown in the photo, and that's located quite close to Mark, which meant that background noise levels were reasonably high, and that's reflected in the measurement data. And in paragraph 20, he refers to figure 8.7, which states that Shallop Well seems entirely satisfactory, again, except for the emissions noted above, which relates to some supplementary information that he felt should have been provided as part of the Mark Hill EIA.
And is that sentence at paragraph 20, figure 8.7, referring to the background noise before Mark Hill, or the combination of the background and the predicted Mark Hill?
It's referring to background noise prior to the Mark Hill development being constructed, as you'd expect, because that's the EIA for the scheme.
Thank you, Mr. Craven. I have no further questions at this stage. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. And if I could turn to you then, Mr. Grosvenor, do you have any questions for Mr. Craven?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Yes, I do.
If you'd like to go ahead then, please.
Thank you. Mr. Craven, I'm going to be referring to a number of documents. I can give you a list now, or you can just bear with me and we can pull them up as we go. It's up to you what you want me to do, but if I make a start, just looking at your inquiry reports, you do introduce yourself as Mike Craven, paragraph 1.1. And then you say you have particular experience in noise from wind energy developments through involvement with around 300 wind farms, sites in the UK and overseas, at the feasibility planning and due diligence and operational compliance stages. So with this inquiry, I think you've touched on it, but what's your primary function here? Can you explain to me what your main function is?
It's to inform the inquiry
About
noise from the proposed development.
and
Cumulatively, I suppose.
yes, and also does it cover the assessment of effects on local residents?
Yes.
And that's mainly to do to the audible noise levels that's set out in that which I've covered.
Absolutely, yes, yeah.
To a small degree,
related to
but by in evidence in chief. You mentioned that I believe in evidence in chief that you have represented some private residents. Can you inform the inquiry of the mix of clients that you've dealt with?
Yeah, our clients are typically developers. That's who require our services most of all. We occasionally advise for councils where they feel that they haven't got the scope of knowledge to deal with particular questions, and then less so, even less so is private residents.
But the percentage
There are
of
some.
residents is quite small then.
Yes.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, you say that this work has involved investigation of complaints, low frequency noise, and infrasound measurements, tonal noise and amplitude modulation, AM investigations, supporting supplying evidence for representation of public inquiries and drafting and negotiating planning conditions. What investigations have you done, and how many investigations have you done, and what equipment and what findings did you find on your investigations of low frequency noise?
In terms of low frequency noise, we most of the investigations we've done have been done on a private sense, so much of the information is subject to non-disclosure agreements.
Mm.
In terms of low frequency noise, and if you're referring to low frequency noise in terms of infrasound, which I think it's important to differentiate low frequency noise and infrasound. Infrasound is, I would define it as noise between 0 and 20 hertz. Low frequency noise, I would define that between 20 and 200 hertz.
Yep. Did any of these investigations involve wind turbines though, or were it just general investigations?
Absolutely, yeah. We
on
were
other-
generally
on other-
comparing. We were generally comparing low frequency noise with the DEFRA low frequency noise criteria, which I refer to in part in my inquiry report. And then, because we're usually using measurement equipment that's able to accurately measure ground to about 10 hertz, we're birding in that infrasound region.
But you implied in your inquiry report that you have particular experience. This work has involved investigation of complaints, but then you've responded in broad terms regarding your company. So have you personally been involved in low frequency noise or infrasound investigations?
Yes.
You have. How many times? And in what context?
Within the context of complaints from noise from wind farms and providing investigations accordingly.
So can you give any numbers on this? Any context of this? I mean, it's interesting to say that you've been doing this, yet you know, the implication is that it's not an issue, or there's not many people.
Well, yeah, it's probably about
infrasound.
3 to 4 sites over the where we specifically looked at that issue where we felt it might be relevant.
So how recently was that?
One within the last 3 years, and then others within maybe the 6 years preceding that.
So it's an ongoing issue then that seems to be coming out now. Maybe small, but it's an ongoing issue. You're not denying that there's never been any complaints on infrasound or low frequency noise, are you? I mean, that contradicts.
No, there's certainly been complaints that sites. There's certainly been complaints that cite infrasound.
Specific to wind turbines.
Well, yes, people attribute some symptoms that they're feeling to the operation of turbines. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's directly related to the presence of infrasound or otherwise.
But none of this information is being published.
No.
So we don't know what lengths and what the conclusions were to these investigations then.
No, but we can look at the measurements contained within the LUBU report, the German report, which is CD 10.4 in terms of the context and the perception thresholds in these frequency
Yes,
ranges.
I don't want to go there just yet. I'll come back to that later.
Well, I'm just trying to impress that there is published.
I understand that. If I can just go across to your recognition and say I'm going to be jumping about a little bit, but I'll try. There is a sequence. And then you say my experience lies in primary assessment and measurements of noise, effect of noise and vibration. While I reference potential health, likelihood of health effects in respect to infrasound generated by the operation of turbines, that's just a general statement. And then you say, I do not have any specific medical qualifications or health expertise in this regard. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So really, your any conclusions or any opinions you're deriving on infrasound, low frequency noise, health effects, then are purely your own personal opinions. Is that correct?
No, it's not. It's based on the evidence as I've presented it to the inquiry. So it's the contents. Essentially, the evidence that I've presented here is contents of CD 10.4, which is the German report, CD 10.5, which is a Finnish government-funded report, and then CD 10.6, which describes the infrasound and the research that's been ongoing, partly that's been presented by Mariana Alves Pereira, and on a wider basis, which indicates where the gaps in the infrasound research specifically is, and the likelihood of whether it's actually a direct cause of health effects in humans.
Well, we'll be going into that in a bit more detail further into the inquiry. I don't intend to spend too much time here looking at infrasound. There's quite a lot of questions I've got on audible noise and the assessment application. If I go to your inquiry report, paragraph 3.1, planning advice note refers to web planning advice for onshore wind turbines. And you say there that the planning advice CD 4.3 was last updated in May 2014. That's some time ago, isn't it? We're now in 2000 well, we've gone past May 2012, sorry, 21. What's your view on that?
Well, my view is that an update hasn't been required in the intervening period. There's been a slowing of wind farm development since about 2014. So that might partly explain why that particular document hasn't been updated.
Where are you referring to in the case of slowing development for wind farm development?
That was just my opinion. Yeah, probably shouldn't have referenced that.
Well, certainly in England, but not so much in Scotland.
Maybe that's the case.
Yeah. Then at paragraph,
Yeah.
Then at paragraph 3.4 in your inquiry report, you set out the criteria for XU, the daytime and nighttime limits, 35 to 40 decibels, expected by daytime hours, etc. Then you say in nighttime 35 dBs LA90 range for daytime depends on the number of dwellings in the vicinity, the effects of the limits on the number of kilowatts generated. So that's part of the renewable energy, the need for renewable energy in line with the need to protect local residents. That's what you're referring to there, aren't you, basically? And then you say that and the duration of the level of exposure, which is quite important, isn't it?
Well, yeah, all the factors are relevant. Yes.
Yeah, but specifically the duration of the level of exposure is quite important, isn't it?
As important as the other factors.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you accept then that the level of exposure as far as Shallock Well in terms of audible noise will increase significantly if the Clauchrie wind farm or wind power station is consented? The duration of the level of exposure, would you accept that is the case?
I don't accept that is the case. Significantly is the wrong word. Can I refer to you to a document, please?
Yeah.
So we can go to CD 1.5.22, which is called Appendix 10.3 Assessment Figures. So the first figure that's presented there is for Shallock Well.
Yeah.
And that shows the orange line is the predicted downwind noise levels from Mark Hill wind farm, and the blue line is the predicted downwind noise levels from Clauchrie. The prevailing wind direction is south westerly.
Yeah.
As a result, it's going to be Mark Hill is the dominant noise source at this location.
Yeah.
And Clauchrie, even when you considered it being downwind at the same time as Mark Hill was, is substantially lower than the overall cumulative noise level and specifically the level from Mark Hill. In both instances, for these predictions, we've assumed an uncertainty in the source noise levels, a set of conservative uncertainty, so we've added 2 dB to both, in line with common practice, to give the overall noise levels and show what, and that should help set the context for when you say significantly increased noise levels. It's not necessarily the case. You may, in terms of duration and exposure, northeasterly wind speeds are relatively rare. So you'd expect certainly comparatively less noise from the proposed development. And I don't think the additional duration exposure could be regarded as significant.
But there will be some. And
But very rare.
obviously we can look at wind directions. We know wind directions change, but the point here is that at the moment, Charlotte Well is close to Mark Hill wind power station, isn't it? There are no other turbines to the northeast of Charlotte Well at the moment. So by definition, if there's a planning application, consented application for 18 5.6 200 meters to blade tip wind turbines, just over a kilometer from Charlotte Well to the northeast, there will be increase in the duration of the level of exposure. We'll talk about the level of noise a bit further along the line, but there will be an increase, won't there? It's not going to be nothing. It may be, you may say it may be less, but wind direction changes, and in this area it can change significantly quickly. And of course, there is topography to bear in mind here as well, isn't there? So there is going to be an increase in the duration of noise levels at Charlotte Well, and also Clauchrie, also at Furter, because by your definition, Furter would rarely ever get any wind turbine noise because they're south of Clauchrie. Does that make sense?
As you said, as we started this discussion, there are 3 factors to take into account, which are the number of dwellings in the vicinity, which is clearly low, the effect of the limit on the number of kilowatts generated, and the duration and level of exposure. We're just talking about one aspect of this moment. And yeah, obviously, putting additional turbines in the area with a duration and exposure will increase by an amount.
Thank you. That's what I'm looking for. We got there in the end. Then at your inquiry report 3.5, the daytime nighttime noise limits specified within the document represent a balance between protecting neighbours, residents, community, including protection against sleep disturbance, and the need for renewable energy development. Point here is that, and I know that you were led to Dr. Yellen's evidence at SC 64. There certainly is a discrepancy there, because Dr. Yellen quite clearly says at paragraph 24, from all of the above, it follows that Mark Hill Wind Farm should not have been consented because its noise impact assessment NIA was deeply flawed, the fact that it was consented cannot reasonably be used to be claimed compliance in a new planning application over a decade later and benefiting from good practice guidance. So there is a disagreement here, isn't there? Dr. Yelland is an eminent physicist. Unfortunately, he's not able to represent us at this inquiry because he's still unwell. But there's a problem here, isn't there? Because what we do know is that Shallopwell is already complaining of audible noise impacts over and above that which appears to be to the consented limits. Now, what can you comment on that?
I think the residents of Shallopwell complained around about the, well, most recently complained around about the time that the planning application for Clauchrie went into scoping, as far as I understand it. I believe SBR have followed up on that complaint, and that they haven't heard anything back from the local authority as of yet. That's as far as I understand where they are in the process. That's but obviously, if the complaint is maintained, I suspect that monitoring will be required to determine whether.
But we've got an issue because the you know, as far as Mark Hill's noise levels are concerned, you're saying they're fine. Dr. Yelland's saying, well, there's serious issues. We have got a complaint coming through the system. I know you comment on that further in your inquiry in your I think it's chapter 10, where you say that a noise complaint shouldn't preclude an application going forward. Say that, don't you? But of course, the problem we've got here is that that the two wind power stations are very, very close together, aren't they?
I would say one is much further away to Shallopwell than Mark Hill is to Shallopwell.
Well, again, we'll be going back to separation distances a bit later on, but they're insignificant.
What part of it is insignificant?
Well, the nearest turbine to Shallopwell from Mark Hill and the nearest turbine to Clauchrie is barely just over 1 kilometre.
Okay.
Yeah. Because you say in the chapter 10 paragraph 62 in the chapter 10, that's the noise impact assessment, that's CD 1.111, isn't it? Volume
Yes.
1, paragraph 62.
Yes.
That the existing Mark Hill wind farm development is located directly to the southwest of the proposed Clauchrie wind farm development. The source noise levels of the Gamsa G68 turbines at Mark Hill have been taken from the information from the manufacturer of the turbines for a hub height of 67 metre and including a 2 dB of uncertainty, similar to discussed to the NIA, similarly discussed for the Clauchrie candidate turbine monitoring. So you have made some allowance of uncertainty, haven't you?
Just going back to your point, the question about the Mark Hill NIA. I'm specifically focusing on whether the background noise levels used for that assessment were appropriate. I think John Yellen seems to take more issue with the predicted noise levels and the candidate turbine used, and that's his main issue. But we're focusing with the background noise levels, which Mr. Yellen appears to, or states that it's satisfactory in both instances for Mark and for Charlotte Well themselves, apart from the emissions, as he noted about calibration certificates.
Yeah.
So the predictions are irrelevant here because we're actually using the predictions from the Mark Hill EIA are irrelevant here because we're using actually what's installed and including some uncertainty.
But we still have
So it's compliant with government requirements in that.
yeah,
respect.
but we've still got the issue of you know, an outstanding complaint. But can I just ask you a question? You're saying that the complaint came in scoping. Was that prior to you conducted the background noise surveys at White Furter and Clauchrie particularly?
I'm unsure as to specific dates. I believe our monitoring was undertaken from around about, let me find it. It was in 2019, so monitoring we did was from July to August 2019.
Yeah.
And then, as I understand it, the complaint was lodged shortly after that.
Well, we can look into that, and I believe that it hasn't been able to be followed up because South Ayrshire Council have got problems with COVID and installing equipment. Can I just take you to paragraph 116 of the volume 1, chapter 10. And you say there, the predicted increase in noise levels at Shallotte Well due to the introduction of the Clauchrie development and the critical 6 to 7 meters per second wind speeds is just less than 1 dB, with the Clauchrie turbines predicted to be operating at 7 dB less than the associated from Mark Hill scheme. As a result of those not being entirely necessary, it is proposed mitigation is applied to the proposed turbines that the resultant increase in noise levels from the proposed development would be insignificant as compared to that from Mark Hill, potentially preventing this significant cumulative effect. But you're saying 1 dB. But then you're talking also about mitigation before this planning applications or development consents being consented. Surely that's an issue because one wouldn't normally, and this is something that Dr. Yellen's quite strong on, you wouldn't expect a development to be proposed where you're at the outset proposing mitigation. It should be a standalone development without the need for any mitigation at all if the separation distances are suitably calculated. And the problem we have here is that you've already said that that the noise levels are up to the maximum, or we're assuming the noise levels are up to the maximum for Mark Hill. If we've only got a 1 dB, just 1 dB over for Clauchrie, then we've got a problem, haven't we? And therefore you're proposing mitigation. We would say that's an unsound basis to propose a planning development, a wind turbine development scheme. Perhaps maybe the turbines are too close, because what we've got here effectively is not two developments. We've got one development, haven't we? We've got effectively an extension of Mark Hill, which is the Clauchrie wind power station.
There are a lot of points there to consider. You just raised that, so I'll try and do my best to address all of them. In terms of Clauchrie, for the purposes of this planning application, is being treated as a separate entity to Mark Hill. As a result, any complaints, existing complaints, need to be directed at Mark Hill, because that's the site that's operational, and it's under its own consent that it needs to be demonstrated whether it's operating within its conditions on by measurement if necessary. The predictions I have presented in the EIA do indicate a marginal, very, very marginal risk of exceeding the Mark Hill development, already exceeding its own limits, but that's on the basis that the predictions are conservative in the first place. So you've already got this 2 dB margin that's been applied to it under the remit of the Good Practice Guide. Going on to the proposed development, which is what we're considering here, the way in which we've undertaken that assessment, we've applied all the relevant uncertainties, undertaken further background noise monitoring to supplement that already given within the Mark Hill impact assessment. And we've summed both the predicted noise levels from the two sites in order to give an overall predicted noise level. Now, on a precautionary basis, we have specified mitigation measures, and that's on the basis that Mark Hill would be using the extent of its operational noise limits, its already consented operational noise limits, and then we ensured that under those circumstances, so for that specific wind speed, 6 to 7 meters per second, where we're identifying where that might occur, via mitigation, we're ensuring that Clauchrie would make no significant contribution for that specific wind speed and direction under which you'd consider that to occur. So that's limiting Clauchrie to a level that's 10 dB below the Mark Hill, what we've assumed from Mark Hill. And in order to enforce that, we've supplied draft conditions. So regardless of the actual turbine to be installed at Clauchrie, they will have to meet the limiting conditions that will be submitted to the inquiry.
But again, we're coming back to conditions now. Our experience is that conditions are very difficult to enforce. They take a lot of the local authority, or in this case would be South Ayrshire Council's time with the environmental health officer and noise complaints. We would say it's unacceptable to propose a wind power station development at the outset with bringing forward the possibility for mitigation. There's something fundamentally wrong if you have to consider, well, we can just mitigate against this, well, we can deal with this in planning conditions. Now, if there's a significantly reasonable separation distance, then this wouldn't be an issue, would it?
I don't feel that it is an issue. That's the mitigation we're proposing. Again, I consider it to be a precautionary measure. Again, the limiting values are for a very, very specific set of wind directions and for a very specific wind speeds that are going to occur very, very rarely. So the conditions are proportionally on that basis, just to account for this possibly this rare situation that may occur, and there's very low risk of that actually happening in practice, in my view.
Yeah.
Furthermore, there are a number of applications in which mitigation is proposed as part of the EIA measures. I absolutely agree. It's not an ideal position to start off in, but this is such a low risk situation. And you do have to look at each site on a case-by-case basis. That was the best way to deal with it in this instance. And it's quite possible to mitigate these turbines and operate them in a manner that would result in overall levels meeting overall cumulative levels as specified by ETSI.
Okay, well, we'll leave that there for the minute. Then let's just go on to, again, chapter 10, same chapter 10, paragraph 34. Yes. It should be noticed that most wind farms operate without AM, significant AM, and it's not possible to predict the likely occurrence of AM. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
But tonal noise, AM, can be covered by a suitably worded planning condition. So here we are back to conditions. There's a bit of a thread running through here that I think you'll begin to see. One proposed wording for such condition can be seen in the article jointly authored by a number of consultants working in the area in the November-December 2017 issue of the Institute of Acoustics Bulletin magazine. And then we come back to the real issue here. Currently, AM is typically addressed in response to any complaints via a measurement scheme that refers to emerging best practice in this regard. So we've got a situation where you've got a mitigation already that could be triggered by complaints, and now you're suggesting that the AM, which you say is not possible to predict, can also be dealt with by complaints. And we've already got a resident at Charlotte Well complaining of unacceptable noise levels at Mark Hill. So what's your take on that one? You know, conditions are obviously, the conditions are put forward, but conditions should only be applied in rare occurrences as a fallback condition, not to be suggested at the outset of a development consent. What's your view on that?
Conditions are always enforced on particular developments. That's the main mechanism by which noise from turbines is controlled. I'd probably struggle to think of an alternative way of dealing with it in that sense. Again, there was a lot of points there you raised, so I'm struggling to pinpoint which one you feel is most relevant here. In respect of AM, there's ongoing research as to the methods to apply penalties when if on occasion you do measure it. Again, it's just my experience is that it's entirely site-specific phenomena. It occurs under certain meteorological conditions, and as a result, if it's very difficult to apply a penalty for something that might not necessarily occur very often. So that's where we're at on the AM argument. There's still a debate about how you'd apply a penalty and under what circumstances you would. So it's very difficult to provide suitable wording for a condition on that basis. And there's also emerging research that suggests that the higher the blade passing frequency of the blade swish, the more annoying it might be. Current AM methodology only sort of relate to the depth of the modulation of the noise. And there may be, what they're suggesting is there may be other factors that we need to consider. So people are suggesting conditions specifically to control AM, but there's no firm agreement on how to actually put a precise enforceable condition in for a site such as this.
Well, can I take you to CD 10.8, which is the summary of research into amplitude modulation of aerodynamic noise from wind turbines. It's one of your core documents, CD 10.8.
Got you.
And section 2. Before discussing what amplitude modulation is, it's important to understand the sort of wind turbine noise. It's about a mechanical noise associated with the mechanism of electricity generation, the drive and the generator, whilst aerodynamic noise is produced by the flow of the air over the turbine blades. A summary of each of these noise mechanisms are as follows, and then it lists gearbox, generator, yaw drives, cooling fans, auxiliary equipment, e.g. hydraulics. But then it just says there's a paragraph there. There's no paragraph numbers on this, but you can see down the page it says aerodynamic noise. A study in 2005. Can you see that?
Yeah.
The results clearly show that besides a minor source of the rotor hub, particularly all noise radiated to the ground is produced by downward movements of the blades, and the noise produced by the outer part of the blades, but not the tip. So there's a lot of noise, theoretically, coming off the blades, isn't there? That's what this document's saying, isn't it?
Yeah, I would suggest the blades are the main noise source from turbines here.
Yeah. And then over the page, you've got the Ollermann's diagram where you've got the curve going down and the noise coming off the blades. In fact, Dr. Yelland refers that into his Eric Clerk inquiry report, which actually is before this inquiry. I won't go to it, but I suggest that the inquiry reviews that document. It's a really informative document. Then you've got figure 2. We look at figure 2, airflow around a turbine blade. And then there's a paragraph underneath which says the intensity and frequency of the content of the aerodynamic noise generated is influenced by the size of the turbulent vortexes produced as air interacts with the blade, passes over or under the blade, or flows off the rear of the blade. Broadly speaking, the larger the vortex, the more noise it will produce. Correct? And the frequency range of the noise will be lower than for the smaller vortices, which tend to generate higher frequencies. Then it says aerodynamic noise is generally both broadband, i.e. it does not contain a distinguishable note or tone, and is of random character, similar to a detuned radio or TV, although the level is not constant and fluctuates in time with the movement of the blades. The dominant character of the aerodynamic noise is therefore normally a swish type of sound, which is familiar to most people who have stood near large turbines. Do you have any comments on that?
As we've discussed, the, the fundamental noise generating feature of turbines is the blades passing through the air.
Yep. But of course, the problem we have here is that the turbines proposed for Clauchrie wind farm, wind power stations, are unprecedented in their length, aren't they? Do you know what the length of the blades are?
75 meters.
Sorry?
75 meters, as I understand it.
They are, aren't they? Do you know what the length of the blades are for the Mark Hill turbines?
So it's 40 meters.
43. So if we've got, obviously here with amplitude modulation particularly, and there appears to be an issue with the vortex of the winds, particularly from large turbines, therefore large blades, then that amplitude modulation is difficult to predict, and it can be dealt with a planning condition. But it seems from this evidence that there's a high likelihood that there will be certainly some amplitude modulation, if not significant amplitude modulation. Would you agree with that or not?
No, again, we go back to the EIA. As you say, the source noise levels, well, we discussed the main mechanisms for the generation of noise, and that's considered to be the blades passing through the air.
Yep.
And you compare the overall noise levels from the commuter turbines with the candidate V150 models, and the V150 has less lower source and overall source noise level associated with it. That's again because blade switch is the dominating feature of noise. It's unlikely that it wouldn't follow that you'd have a more significant risk of necessarily of AM occurring for these larger turbines, because they have very different blade designs.
But you don't know. You're not saying that categorically, are you?
Absolutely not the categorically.
Well, that's the problem, Mr. Craven, because what we've got here is we've got wind turbines of significant size, relatively close to local residents. You know, we're not talking about separation distance here of over 2, 3, maybe 4 kilometers. The nearest turbines are barely sort of just over 1 kilometer. I mean, we'll talk about residential amenity in the other part of it. I don't tend to take you there because I'd be too long. And I know we want to move on this inquiry fairly swiftly, but there's a problem here, isn't there? And certainly the problem may not lie with you personally, but of course the problem comes down the line, doesn't it, with the local residents that according to your proposition have to be dealt with by complaints, a complaints procedure. We would say that's unacceptable.
My view is that it gives the most flexibility without imposing a specific legal requirement which doesn't necessarily meet the test for a condition. It allows you to take in best practice and emerging guidance into account, and it's as the current state of knowledge, I feel that's the best way of dealing with it, is to talk via the EHO. And if in their opinion that there is a real issue with AM, there's certain wind conditions to take into account residents' notes, and you can make an investigation at least on that basis. And if there's any.
But that's submitting defeat, though, isn't it, Mr. Craven? That's trying to shut the stable door after the horse has bolted, isn't it? Effectively.
I'm not sure what you mean by stable doors and horse bolting.
Well, if it's consented and there's complaints, and then it's left to the environmental health officer to deal with those complaints and come up with an assessment, then that's shutting the door after the horse is bolted, surely.
That's the difficulty. I think there will be emerging practice on how to best place to word AM conditions.
Sorry.
Scottish Power will have to be reasonable in determining if they find effects at the point of monitoring, then they'll, and it's agreed with the council and various relevant parties, then that they've got to be responsible about the issues.
Yeah,
and I
but
think that's
you're
clear
talking
enough come
about,
out with the AM guidance as well.
practice from a consented scheme with exceptionally large turbines, 200 meters to blade tip, with 75-meter blades, which are significantly larger than the turbine blades at Mark Hill. You know, you can't have best practice following what's got on the ground, can you? Surely that's the wrong way round. You should be looking at best practice before you propose turbines, onshore turbines of this magnitude. I know this is perhaps a bit outside your pay grade, but you know, your remit, but this is a serious issue, isn't it?
Research is ongoing into the effects of AM and its effects on residents and how to implement that into a condition. At this moment, we're not. My view is that we're not quite there yet to.
Thank you. And that's really what I'm looking for here, because you're proposing to support a planning application for large-scale wind turbines close to residents here, where you've got ongoing research, and we're not quite sure what AM is or how it's going to be measured or how it's going to be conditioned. It's unacceptable, Mr. Craven.
I think if I could interrupt, I think I understand the points here and that you're trying to make. And we're at 11:30. I wonder if this is a suitable moment to break for a short break, and then we can perhaps come back to a different topic.
Yeah, no, I was going to finish on that. I have finished on that topic. I was going to move on. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Well, let's have a short break there and come back at 20 minutes to 12, then, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's 20 to 12. Mr. Grosvenor, are you back with us?
Yes.
I'm afraid Mr. Craven isn't. He's left the room. We've been at pains not to speak to him, so we don't know quite where he's gone or how quickly he's coming back. He knows the start time, so I'm assuming he'll be here any minute, but he's not here right now.
Right, we'll wait another minute or two then. Mr. Grosvenor, while we're waiting, you had a few composite questions in there, and I think perhaps Mr. Craven was struggling to keep up with the earlier questions in the questions. So if you can try and limit yourself to one question and then allow Mr. Craven to answer, that would be helpful. Right, I see Mr. Craven's now back with us, so back to you, Mr. Grosvenor, for your next question, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on wind shear. You in the your chapter 10, back to chapter 10, volume 1, paragraph 92, going on from 92, 93. There's a few calculations in here. I don't propose to go through those in any great detail. There's some technical calculations there as well, Mr. Craven. But then at paragraph 104, you say for a given standardized 10 meters height wind speed as determined from hub height for a given turbine height of the turbine, the difference in wind speed, hub height and different turbine height depends on the degree of wind shear, wind speed with height. You'd agree with that, wouldn't you?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
And of course, the issue that we need to look at here is that we've got a difference in height, haven't we? From the certainly the hub height between Mark Hill at 67 meters and the hub heights at Clauchrie proposed turbines of 125 meters. So there's a significant difference between the hub heights in both cases, isn't there?
Yes.
But then we've got the wind shear. Well, can you explain what wind shear is? That might be helpful to the inquiry, mightn't it?
So that's wind shear is the difference in or the variation in wind speed with height. So you can expect there's typically a logarithmic profile associated with it. So at 10 meters, you'll have a particular wind speed, and then how much greater the wind speed is at higher heights depends on the level of wind shear, which is to do with atmospheric stability and layering of air and relative temperatures.
So then the
In
wind
this
shear
case,
would be different, or calculation would be different. The Clauchrie turbines or the Mark Hill turbines, is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that in order to, you need to derive a relationship between the wind speed seen at the hub height of the Mark Hill turbines and the hub height of the Clauchrie turbines.
But you come to a conclusion that the wind shear conditions are not expected to be particularly high. Is that correct?
Yes.
But that seems to defy logic when you've got turbines at 200 meters to blade tip, significantly higher ground.
The level of wind shear at proposed development is not dependent on the size of the turbine. It's dependent. It's its own factor. Wind shear could be the same on both sides. It's just the point is that the Clauchrie turbines are taller.
Yeah.
That doesn't affect the level of wind shear.
Well, isn't wind shear the difference between the turbine blade coming through the atmosphere from a height down to the ground?
I wouldn't define it as that. I'd define it as the rate of change in wind speed with height.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you've got a turbine blade dropping down from 200 meters down to barely, well, 50 meters off the floor, then wouldn't that cause significant wind shear?
It wouldn't cause significant wind shear. Yes, the wind speed would change. Would be different between the top and the bottom of the blades. But that's not related to this issue that we're discussing in the EIA.
So you don't think the contribution of wind shear would make much difference to the overall noise levels?
No.
But in addition to the height of the turbines, we've also got the topography, though, haven't we? To take into account. Do you know what the highest AOD of the highest turbine at Clauchrie is?
No.
It's 670 meters, I understand. And if you compare the difference between the Clauchrie turbines and the Markhill turbines, the Markhill turbines are much lower than the Clauchrie turbines. They're on higher elevated ground, aren't they?
Okay, if that's the case, okay, yeah. As I say, it's a matter of developing a relationship between the hub heights of the Markhill turbines and the Clauchrie turbines. That's regardless of the ground level height.
But on average, the Clauchrie turbines will be 192 meters higher to the tip than those turbines at Shallock Well. So the Clauchrie turbines are going to be significantly higher above ground at Shallock Well than they would be with the Markhill turbines. So surely you've got different wind speeds coming in at high level, greater turbines at lower, turbulence at lower levels.
As I say, it's a matter of determining a relationship that you incorporate the ground level into that relationship.
So you're not expecting in reality there will be different levels or significant levels of wind shear between the Markhill turbines and the Clauchrie turbines? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not expecting it, but if there was, it would be incorporated into that relationship between the wind speed at the Markhill turbines and the wind speed at the Clauchrie turbines, both those hub heights.
Let's just leave that there for a minute. The other point I wanted to look at is again chapter 10, 4.1.5, the ground effect. You've got a calculation there, paragraph 71.
Yeah.
Can you just run through that? Ground effect is the
Yeah, so that's relating to assumption that's specified within the good practice guidance note about how you predict noise levels at a given property, and specifying the assumptions that are used as part of that methodology. So ground effect is the
so
noise that's coming from the turbines hitting the ground and coming to the receiver at a given height. Now, the height specified within the GPG is 4 meters, and that's not necessarily what is actually happening in reality. That's a factor incorporated so that your predictions concur with what people have measured in reality. So that doesn't reflect the actual, so you typically measure at 1.5 meters out of the ground. And that's the trouble with ISO 9613, the prediction methodology that's used. It's not really designed for tall sources of noise. As such, if you want to apply it to turbines, then you have to make differences to the prediction methodology for it to work for turbines, and that's part of that difference, the ground effect.
So you say the GPG recommends that the use of G equals 0.5 and a receptor at 4 meters in rural areas, an appropriate assumption for the determination of noise emission levels at receptor location downwind of wind turbines, don't you?
Yes.
At paragraph 71. But what if there are different ground conditions? How would you describe different ground conditions? What's the significance of different ground conditions? Can you give us some examples?
ISO 9613 specifies a value of 1, which is most absorbent for fields and other soft or grassy ground conditions. 0 for specifically for hard ground, car parks, and then somewhere in between for everything else.
But the point,
Specific
if
examples.
you go to CD 10.2, good practice guide. Rating of wind turbine noise, May 2013. And then look at paragraph 4.3, 4.1, sorry, 4.3.1 and 4.3.4.
Yep.
So here we've got 4.3.4, a soft ground factor G equals 10 should not be used, although a ground factor of G equals 00 is commonly used, as it will tend to provide robust predictions. In most situations, this can override predicted noise levels. For consistency, it's recommended to use a ground factor of G equals 0.5, which is what you've used, isn't it? But the problem here is that you don't seem to have any other option to use but use G equals 0.5, do you? Because that's what the IOA recommends you use, and that's what you've chosen, isn't it?
Yes.
But is it entirely appropriate? Because if you're looking at a consistent factor of G equals 0.5, which is virtually, you said, in any rural location. It says in rural locations, you've already said that, isn't it? Just general principle in a rural location to use G 0.5.
Yeah, and I think that follows.
But the problem we've got here is that the ground that we're looking at here is tips of trees in forest, isn't it?
Okay.
I mean, that's not grass, is it? It's not flat land, is it? So what's the significance of that? I mean, it looks like the ILGP is telling you to do a calculation based on a fit all scenario of rural locations, regardless of whether it's a flat land in Lincolnshire, which with grass or wheat or whatever, and the same criteria for turbines up in elevated grounds in the middle of the forest in Scotland. Can you comment on that? I mean, is it significant? Is it something that causes you problems at all, or what?
It's not something that causes me any problems. I think the fact that the ground is covered with trees, that you could argue that would lend weight to using a more porous ground condition.
But then we've got trees that are 40 meters high, yes,
Right.
in the forest. Do you know that? Do you know that to be the tree cover to be at least 40 meters high?
Okay. I can accept that, I think.
And if we go back to let's just look at CD 10.8 again. That's the amplitude modulation tempo report. We're talking back about amplitude modulation. Section 3. And there it says, it seems probable that there are two distinct mechanisms for the operation of AM. The first is swish, which is a function of the observer's position relative to one turbine. The second is thump, which is due to turbine blades passing through uneven air velocities as they rotate. In the second case, the uneven air may be due to the interaction of other turbines, excessive wind shear, or topography. So in this case, we've got issues with topography, haven't we?
Okay, so let's talk about the topography point. I wouldn't describe the topography at Clauchrie or Markhill as particularly complex. I would probably describe it as undulating.
Sorry, say that again.
I'd describe it as undulating. It's relatively flat. I would describe it as
the ground at Clauchrie is relatively flat.
Between the site and the house, I'd say, in my view, it's not. You don't have any turbines placed on the sides of cliffs or any particular issue with topography.
Well, we've got differences of 180 meters AOD turbine 2, 190 meters AOD for turbine 4, 210 meters for turbine 5. That's in exceedance of the height of the turbine themselves, which are already 200 meters to blade tip. Turbine 6, 200 meters AOD above Shallot Well. Turbine 7, 180 meters. So the topography is not exactly flat, is it?
It's between. So the numbers you raised there were between 170 and 200 meters.
Yeah, but that is AOD above Shallot Well. So the turbines for Clauchrie are on elevated ground. They're not on flat ground, are they? And within that, there is variance in the elevation.
So, okay, yeah, but there's a variation of 30 meters. There's not a huge amount of variation in topography at the site. You're talking about wind shear, which I presume you're talking specifically at the turbines.
Yep. Yep. But the problem, well, I'm kind of like bringing wind shear into also amplitude modulation, because in that environment, my understanding would be that there would be significant wind shear given the height of the turbines, AOD, and the height of the blade to blade tip, which is 200 meters. So you're talking
As we've
large
discussed,
numbers here.
the height of the turbines does not determine the level of wind shear. It's the height above ground level.
Well, height above ground level, which is 200 meters, isn't it?
Hmm.
And of course,
Or not just the relative height of any receptor, that
Yeah.
doesn't determine
but
wind shear either.
yeah, but moving on, onto if you look at page 9, of the of CD 1008, says that study reports that the following have been considered as potential causes for AOM. So we're back on amplitude modulation, but there's a mix here between, we've got a combination of wind shear, which you say is insignificant. Well, we'll see where we go with that later on, but we may have to deal with this in closing submissions. But we've got a problem with wind shear. We've got a problem with large turbines on elevated ground. We've got an issue with turbines that are in the forest where you've got low ground clearance. So if the canopy of the forest is 40 meters, and the configuration of the turbines is 200 meters to blade tip on a 75-meter tower with 75-meter long blades, that means that the clearance of those turbines above the forest canopy is only 10 meters. And you're not saying that there's going to be significant AM or significant wind shear. It doesn't seem to fit.
I'm not aware that this is a typical wind farm development. It's in a typical, it's normal located. You'd expect turbine developments in these sorts of areas. There may be conditions at which one or more of these factors that you've just referred us to may occur, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it will happen in practice.
Well, it may occur, but the point we've got here, Mr. Craven, is that if it does occur, then the net result of that, one would conclude, would be greater noise, audible noise, wouldn't it be? I mean, going back to the beginning of the amplitude modulation paper, it says the greatest noise is from the blades. And we've got very difficult, challenging conditions here, haven't we? We've got forest at 40 meters canopy. We've got turbines that are basically stubby towers. And certainly on page 9, stubby towers is listed as being reports that the following being considered as potential causes for AM. So, you know, we've got stubby towers with an added problem here, because the blades are turning, the lower reach of the blades goes 50 meters above the ground ordinarily, but they're in the forest with tree canopy height of 40 meters. So you've only got 10 meters clearance from the bottom of the blade. So, and we've got G0 equals 5, which is a problem in a way, because that's really soft ground, isn't it? It's absorbing the ground. So if you're looking at absorbance at that level on the top of trees, then the wind is going to be higher or lower.
Again, think the reporter's trying to talk, but it's muted. Didn't catch that. There's a lot of issues there, Melvin, that we're talking about. You're talking about prediction methodology.
Yep. Yep.
Which fully complies with the GPG.
Yep.
And then you're talking about the likelihood of AN, which is a different matter.
Yep. Yep.
As this document says, these are just all indicators of what may occur or may be exacerbating factors, none of which are definitive. The proposed turbines operate in exactly a very, very similar basis to the existing turbines. And then we have methods for investigating potential for AN, which, as we discussed, that can be investigated if complaints are generated by the operation of the development.
Again, as I come back to before the break, but we're looking at complaints, aren't we? Right.
I don't
I'll
think we
leave
are
that.
looking at complaints. We're looking at the planning application. We're looking whether the site meets planning requirements. That's what
Which is based on your premise, which is based on whether you know, whether it's likely to be complaints, and the only overriding safeguard you've got there is, well, you know, we'll get it consented and we'll sort it out afterwards in case the people or after the people complain. I'll leave that there now. Okay, I'm not going to take this any further. I've made the points. I've raised the issues that I want to raise. Now, can I just take you to back to the chapter 10 again, and I'm looking at table 10.4.2, and I believe you were taken to this in evidence in chief, and particularly table 10.4.2, and particularly paragraph 64. And you quoted the figures there, didn't you, from table 10.4.3?
quoted the figures from 10.4.2.
Yeah. No, you quoted the figures from 10.4.3. You quoted the 10.4.3, which was the comparison between the Gamsa turbines and the V50 turbines. You specifically quoted that table, 4.3, in evidence in chief.
I believe I was referring to the table above that, but we can discuss table 10.4.3 now. If you...
Well, I've marked it up as you were referring to that particular table. The issue here, though, is that you say at paragraph 64, the octave band noise spectrums used for the noise predictions are shown at table 10.43. The data for the Vestas 150 V150 turbines, 6-megawatt turbine, is based on further data obtained from Vestas, normalized to the maximum sound power level for the unrestricted mode of operation. Where is this further data from Vestas? Can you point us to that direction? Can you point us to that document?
I haven't. I believe the specification documents for the turbines haven't been submitted to the inquiry.
Well, these are really important because that goes back down to the point where you say that the turbine's emission levels at Shallock Well are just going to be barely 1 dB above the Do you want me to take you back to that particular paragraph? Remember, it says
No.
So this is based on data that's not being provided to the inquiry. Because if you look at the table above at 4.2, the sound power levels you've got there are higher.
I believe they are.
They are. And they are 9 to 7, 8, 9 dBs higher. So what we've got here is a table at 10.4.3 that is based on further data obtained from Vestas. Where is this further data that you've got obtained from Vestas? Where is it? I can't find it.
Oh, both tables 10.4.2 are they're both based from the same specification documents that we received from the manufacturer.
Yeah.
The overall total noise level for the Vestas V150 from table 10.3 corresponds with the maximum noise level in table 10.4.2. So I don't know what when you say something's higher, I'm struggling to understand. And then for the Gamesa, which is a total noise level of 108.4, that corresponds with the maximum noise level of the Gamesa turbine, which is at the bottom of table 10.4.2.
You
And
say
that's how the two figures relate. And then the 10.4.3 is just specifying that energy in what is known as octave bands over the range of from 63 hertz up to 8 kilohertz. And that's where most of the energy from turbines is generated.
so that data isn't before the inquiry then. You haven't submitted those tables.
Source of that information hasn't been submitted to the inquiry.
Well, it would be useful to see it, wouldn't it? Can we have that?
I mean, equally, Mr. Grosvenor, I'm not sure this line of argument was put forward in your statement of case. And so, I mean, if it had been put forward earlier, then the applicant could perhaps have produced this documentation. Well,
it's material, isn't it? Because it's evidence that's been brought before the inquiry, and I'm just questioning what's presented in that particular document.
Are you suggesting the figures given in the EIA report are wrong?
I'm not suggesting that. What I'm suggesting is that where's the evidence to support that they're correct?
Okay, well, we haven't got it in front of us, so
yeah, that's fine.
I've noted that. I've noted your questioning of it.
Okay, then at paragraph 65 in the again in the chapter 10, you say the predictions provided that the turbine noise contains no audible tones. Yeah. Where tones are present, a correction is measured or predicted noise before comparison with the limits. The audibility of any tones can be assessed by comparing narrowband levels with such tones with the masking levels in a band of frequencies for the tone called the critical band. The SU noise limits require a tone correction to be applied to any derived turbine levels resulting from noise measurements of the operational turbines, which depends on the amount by which the tone exceeds the audibility threshold. Then you say a warranty will be sought from the supplier of the turbines to be installed on the site to help ensure that no penalty would be required in practice. So is it guaranteed that you'll get that warranty?
The controls on tonal noise are twofold. There's the planning conditions, which specifically rates tones if they are measured at properties. And that's a well-known condition that's been imposed on countless wind farm developments. And then on top of that, there's and that's the councils and the way of ensuring that it doesn't occur in practice at properties. In practice, when you go to purchasing turbines, then it's possible to obtain necessary warranties from the turbines, and that gives the operator further recourse on the actual manufacture of the turbines if there are any issues in practice.
Okay. Then the only other point I want to just come on to is looking at the Salford report, which is CD 8.4.8.
This CD 4.8 is Scottish planning policy.
AP 4.8. I've got that. The Salford report is that 4.8. Yeah, 4.8.
Department of Trade and Industry.
Yeah, AP 4.8. And then that's page 5.2. Sorry, I think this is in your recognition. 5.26. Is that correct?
Do you mean my inquiry reports?
It could be, well, either or.
Yeah, I think it's the inquiry report.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to have a look at go through this. The Salford report, which was the Hayes-Mackenzie report, was authored in 2000 or published in 2006. Is that right?
As far as I can remember, yes.
Yep. And at page 44, have you got page 44 there?
Is this electronic page document?
I think I haven't printed the whole document out. I've just printed extracts. And on mine, it looks like it's page 44. It talks about three sites. Which investigates the extent of low frequency noise from 3 wind farms produced, concluded that infrasound noise emissions from wind turbines are significantly low, the recognized threshold perception for acoustic energy within this frequency range. APP 8.4, sorry, 4.8.
Is this section 7.1?
Yes.
That's the page 44 as it's written on the document.
Yeah, that's right. Because the important point about this is that, you know, it's regularly used regarding infrasound and low frequency noise. And it's in your evidence to basically say, well, the Salford report produced limited results. Certainly, it almost implies that that because the Salford report said that there wasn't any infrasound or notable infrasound low frequency noise, therefore by definition it wouldn't be a problem moving forward. I think that was a basis from where most of the infrasound low frequency noise studies started. Is that correct? You referred to it earlier on, didn't you?
I referred to the DEFRA report which specifies perception thresholds, not this report specifically.
Well, this concluded that infrasound emission from wind turbines is significantly below threshold perception of acoustic energy within this frequency range. That's an extract from either your recognition or inquiry report, either or. I could check that back, but it's certainly. But the point here is just a simple point, really, is that when that study was done in 2006, the turbines then were relatively small, weren't they?
That's true, yeah.
So I don't want to take up any more of the inquiry time, but this significant difference between the Ascom turbines, which was one of the studies, was that height to blade tip was 78.5 meters, hub height was 50 meters, blade length 23.5 meters. The next one bears down, although it doesn't give the it doesn't name the power stations in this particular paper, does it? It just says site 1, site 2, site 3. Yeah. And then the next one was bears down, which was height to blade tip 82 meters, hub height 50 meters, blade length 22 meters. The one in North Wales was hub height 91 meters, sorry, blade height to blade tip 91 meters, hub height 90 meters, blade length 31 meters. Compare that with Mark Hill. The hub height is 110 meters, blade length 67 meters, sorry, hub height 67 meters, blade length 43 meters. Compare that with Clauchrie, we've got 200 meters, 125 and 75. So there's a significant difference between the Ascom one, which is the smaller one, and the difference is that the height to blade tip is over 254%. The hub height is 250% over the Ascom one, but more significantly, the swept area of the Ascom turbine was 1,735 square meters, and the Clauchrie turbines is 17,671 square meters. So proportionately, the Clauchrie turbines are over 1,000% more than the swept area for the smaller Ascom turbines. And of course, so the Salford report, which is regularly used, is really now passed by this, isn't it? Because you cannot assume that the data that's relevant to that report is relevant to the size of the turbines that we're dealing with now. I'm just going to leave it on this simple statement. Would you have any more comments on that?
My view on that is that turbines, regardless of their size, operate on the same basic principles. They're reasonably large machines that have rotating machinery. They're located at quite tall heights. And you can contrast that information with what's provided within the CD 10.4, which is the Lovely reports, which makes similar conclusions on the basis of far larger turbines than were considered in the 2006 DTI study. And then, as a result, I think you can assume for even larger turbines that infrasound in particular would not be an issue.
Well, we would beg to differ on that, and obviously further evidence will come through on the inquiry. But I think I'd like to finish on that point.
Thank you, Mr. Grosvenor. Mr. Craven, I've got a few questions. I think we can fit in before lunch. Some of these may have been covered. Let me just check. Yes, going back to this issue of the model of the turbine, and I think you said in your evidence that the Vestas V150 turbines were proposed here, whereas I took from the EIA report that it was more that you just used that as an assumption. And I suppose my question is how typical the Vestas V150 turbines are. Are they a particularly quiet turbine, or are they typical of what turbines are generally on the market today?
Having looked at turbines we tend to look at a range of turbines for any particular site, and they're, in my experience, they're typically of the same sort of noise levels, provided that you have the same blade modifications added to the turbines, which for Vestas they usually supply the standard, and that is the serrated trailing edge modifications, STE.
So in terms of the analysis, sorry, in terms of the analysis that you've done in your report, would you say that analysis isn't particularly sensitive to the choice of turbine on the market now, providing it has these? Now, I think, well, first of all, would you agree that Shallock Well is the property that's potentially of most concern here?
Absolutely.
Is it possible from the work you've done or work before this inquiry for the effects of individual turbines on Shallock Well to be isolated? So, for instance, could we look at how the effects on Shallock Well would be affected by deleting turbine 2 or deleting turbine 3?
That's not presented to the inquiry. I don't think I could comment on that specifically now. So when you say effects, you mean the effects specifically from Clauchrie on Shallock Well?
Yes, and I suppose I'm thinking about the mitigation that you've suggested. You recognise there's a potential impact on Shallock Well, and you've identified a possible need, with the conservative assumptions that you've used, a possible need for some mitigation that could be included in a condition. But an alternative form of mitigation would be to remove some of the turbines. And whether, for instance, if turbines 2 and 3 were removed, that would deal with the problem as well.
That might well be the case. Yeah, you'd have sufficiently low noise levels not to have any further requirement. Require further analysis and probably.
Right. So the work could be done, but it's not it hasn't been done yet. And it's not before the inquiry.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. Moving on to infrasound, and I think in paragraph 5.27 of your inquiry report, you say that turbine noise is broadband. So it's similar in all bands, which I took to mean it's similar to white noise on a radio that's been detuned, or similar to the noise from the sea or that type of thing. And that seems to contradict Ms. Crosthwaite's evidence. I don't know if you've got her recognition, but her figure 2, I think she's arguing that there are particular concentrations associated with wind turbines at particular bandwidths, and that these may have particular, therefore, different impact on people than just general white noise would. So there seems to be a contradiction there. Just wondering if you could comment on that. But I'll give you a chance to find her figure 2.
It's the recognition.
Sorry. I think it may be Ms. Alves Pereira's recognition. Sorry, she's the one who's got these figures at the back.
With you, okay. So, oh, it's the figures. With you, okay.
So Ms. Alves Pereira's recognition, figure 2.
On page 1. Oh no, not this. Pardon me.
So there's her recognition, and there are some figures associated at the back of it, which seem to be separately numbered page numbers. And on page 3.
Page 3
of those figures, there's a figure called figure 2. So it isn't the second figure. But I don't know if you necessarily need to go there. You probably recall the argument, which is about these sonograms that have been taken close to wind turbines, as I understand it, and showing particular concentrations in particular bands. And I just noticed that seems to be different from what you were saying about it being a broadband.
Yeah, well, it's turbine noise is broadband into it, in particular in the audible noise range. I think this figure, the lines going through it concentrate on frequencies that are up to about 8 hertz. That's where all the energy that how Marianne has presented the work is. That's where the focus is. And the yellow lines indicate levels of 60 dB at 1 hertz. These are in linear readings now. And the important point about that is that the human perception at those frequencies, the perception threshold, is about 120 dB, going down to about 100 at 8 hertz. Now, health effects have been proven from infrasound at levels above perception thresholds, but the levels presented there are more than 60 dB below. And that comes down to this question of sensitivity, from how sensitive are humans from infrasound that is present in all sorts of scenarios. I hope that clarifies the.
It does, but you're not disputing. I mean, you're clearly saying you don't think it's particularly relevant, but you're not disputing the concentrations that are shown there as being accurate, typical.
Absolutely, yeah. You know, I think you can measure turbine noise in all sorts of different instances. Yeah.
From my limited understanding of acoustics, am I correct in thinking that infrasound potentially travels further than other types of sound?
Absolutely.
And we've touched on Doch Royal, which is over 9 kilometers away, and we've seen the noise contour maps around Clauchrie and Mark Hill, which are tailing off distances well short of that, only a few kilometers away. So how far do those noise contour maps take account of infrasound, and how far do you have any comment to make on the potential of infrasound to reach as far as Doch Royal?
The noise contour plots do not take account of any infrasound. There's no legislative or planning requirement to look at infrasound. It's partly due to its low sensitivity. Sorry, could you remind me of your second question about the?
Well,
the-
just
yes.
the potential of infrasound to reach as far as 9 kilometres away.
Yeah, you might well be able to measure it that far away. But again, it's a question of sensitivity. I think Marianne has clearly shown in many of her documents that she can measure infrasound
Okay, thank
using
you.
sensitive equipment.
So moving on to amplitude modulation, and this is the swish effect, as I understand it.
Yes.
So just for my understanding, is this talking about variations in pitch or variations in loudness of noise?
It's variations in level. So it's that swish as it passes, as the blades go round, and it's that frequency, which is 3 times the rotational cycle of the turbine for each blade. And that's a fundamental sort of part of turbine operation. And the questions around AM generally relate to whether AM is excessive or not. And the trouble is with determining whether it's excessive requires further analysis. But AM in general is what people can hear. That's how they associate the noise with turbines in general.
And is it the case that if you can hear a wind turbine, and if the amplitude modulation is on that occasion part of the characteristic of the sound, then you will be aware of that amplitude modulation, even if the noise levels are quite low?
Yes, absolutely. That's if you can hear it, that's AM is what people can hear.
And at Shallock Well, which seems to be the most affected property, is the effect at Shallock Well within bedrooms? Is it a nighttime effect within bedrooms? Would it be perceptible within bedrooms at Shallock Well at night?
I'm not aware if it's perceptible at night. I haven't had that details of that complaint. So that
well,
I
your
think- I'm not
prediction,
sure.
your prediction for the situation with Clauchrie built, is
predictions
the concern at Shallock Well about noise in the garden, or is it about noise inside bedrooms?
The concern is with the daytime limits. It's meeting the daytime limits. The noise levels we predicted can easily meet the nighttime noise limits, both of which are specified for outdoors.
Yes, so my understanding is that daytime limits are lower because maybe outside, whereas nighttime limits are higher because people will be inside, and then there's the effect of the walls and so on keeping the noise out.
Yes.
So do you have any understanding of whether any turbine noise at all would be discernible within the house at Shallock Well?
It's difficult. You can't predict that. It might well be audible if they have the windows open.
Yes, I remember from previous cases that there was quite a difference of effects about whether you assumed windows were open or not. So
the limits
assume that the
windows are open.
Sorry?
The windows, the limits, the nighttime limits assume that windows are open.
Sorry, I'm just noting. Yes, so my final question, the noise contour maps that are in the EIA report and include contours around Mark Hill, are those values for Mark Hill based on your assumptions, based on the manufacturer's stated level for that model, or are they based on actual measurements?
They're based on the manufacturer's data.
Good, thank you. Mr. Thompson, I don't know how much time you want back with your witness. If you can be relatively brief.
I have no questions. Thank you, sir.
Fine, then in that case, we'll break for lunch there, and we shall come back at 20 minutes to 2, and Mr. Grosvenor, you can lead your first witness then. So I'll see you back at 20 minutes to 2. Thank you. Welcome back. That's 20 to 2, so we'll make a start again. I can see Mr. Thompson and Mr. Grosvenor are both with us. Can you both hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
There are some reports of a bit of feedback in the morning sessions, so if people could be sure to switch on, if anyone has other 2 speakers in one room, to make sure that the other speaker is switched off, please. We've heard from the applicant's witness this morning, so if I can turn to you, Mr. Grosvenor, if you want to lead your first witness now, please.
Yes, I just want to introduce Susan Crosswaite, Mrs. Susan Crosswaite, who is talking from her recognition and her inquiry notes. So, Ms. Crosswaite, can I just ask you to do your introduction to your recognition, please?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Want to carry on?
Yes, I think Pat's got her, I've got a lot of feedback. Could Pat Spence, that's better. Thank you. Okay. I'd just like to start with my precognition. In addition to the background given in my statement of case, so that there can be no doubt as to the qualifications, expertise and experience of the authors of the Independent Acoustic Research Organisation, Dr. Rapley and Dr. Albers Pereira are founding members of IARO, an international consulting organisation offering help to those subjected to and suffering from very low frequency noise. And we have been working with them for some time now, so everything that I'm submitting has been looked at.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up.
Them as well.
Sorry, can I?
You're breaking up a little there.
If you look at my
Can you
maybe
hear
I'll
us? Can you hear me?
Yes,
I was going to suggest if you
can
switch your
hear
video off, that might help. Thank you.
Okay, I'll stop the video then. Okay.
Yep.
So of those scientists, 6 hold PhDs. 4 of these are acoustics and involve the measurement of low frequency sound. 2 involve health concerns, perception and cognition, and 2 involve sound generation and propagation. 3 of these scientists have had very many years of experience in measuring and assessing environmental noise, more than 100 years of experience between them. 2 of these scientists have had extensive experience in data processing. 2 of them have held senior positions in government health departments. 2 have had senior positions in university. 1 has had many years of international standards, working technical groups for sound measurement, performance of sound instrument, and aircraft noise certification. 1 has had extensive medical research background. 1 has worked as a consultant for the World Health Organization on a number of occasions, helping set up health system in a developing country. Others involved have more expertise in global positioning systems, electronic systems, engineering, and noise measurement. And through this, they developed the SAM, and I would like to take you to SC62, which is SAM technology. And I would just like to refer you to page 2, which doesn't have page numbers over the page, and go to the paragraph saying, just explaining that SAM is now used in New Zealand, Australia, United States, Canada, France, Germany, Denmark, Finland, UK, Ireland, Holland, and Slovenia. It is used by researchers and acousticians as well as private users who have long ago abandoned the consultants employed by the wind industry, who failed to provide an honest, full service to their clients. Instead, always about their industrial masters. They know where the money comes from, and it is not from less healed and less well-heeled prices. Sam's the ideal technology for recording, measuring, and analysing environmental soundscapes. And more than 20 years of continuous R&D have produced an instrument of sublime simplicity and a non-technical user like myself can learn to use in a short space of time with some simple instruction. At the other end of the scale, SAM is used in universities as part of their standard research programs in 3 countries. The research group IORA, International Acoustic Research Organization, co-authors Mariana Alves Pereira, Hubacher, and Bruce Rapley, Richard Mann, Philip Dickinson, Professor Philip Dickinson, should I say, have all been listed with their credentials. SAM has been presented in cases and has referenced independent academicians and consultants as one of the methods of assessing wind turbine noise. The development of hardware and software analysis is in constant state of evolution and refinement. Despite all the technological and scientific advances of this day and age in our understanding of industrial wind turbine noise and its effects on humans, ETSU R97 has not changed since it was accepted as a non-regulatory guidance.
Can I take you to Mr. Craven's recognition at paragraph 4.10? Various documents provided by SC show that infrasound associated with the operation of wind farms can be detected using sensitive equipment, including in the vicinity of proposed development due to presence of the existing turbines. And then there's a number of references, SC3, SC5, SC24, SC28, SC33, SC34, SC35, 38, 42 and 43. Do you want to just comment on that, Mrs. Crossway?
Thank you. Yes, I am very glad to see this paragraph, and I'm very glad to be agreed that we agree that infrasound can be measured in this way. And what I cannot understand is why this cannot be demonstrated by such large, powerful companies as Scottish Power Renewables for each application, such as Clauchrie. Why do they actually need to go to a German document to demonstrate that this exists?
And then Mr. Craven's inquiry report, AP 141, page 6. Do you just want to comment on that? Point 52.
My evidence in chief will demonstrate that a lot of these points, that ETSU does not protect sleep disturbance or amenity, and that ETSU does not fulfill the legal binding obligations of EWS4, the Electricity Works Environmental Impact Assessment, Scotland Regulation 2017, Schedule 4, which I will refer to as EWS4. EWS4 is referenced in more detail in SC61, which you probably don't need to go to at this point, because I'm sure you're very familiar with the details of EWS. But page 3, paragraph 15 and the departures from this legislation will be referenced to sections 1, 3, 4, 5, C and E, 6 and 7. The description of the likely significant effects on the factors specified in Regulation 4.3 should cover the direct effects and any direct, secondary, cumulative, transboundary, short-term, medium-term, and long-term, permanent and temporary, positive and negative effects of the development. This description should take into account the environmental protection objectives established at union or member state level, which are relevant to the development, including in particular those established under Council Directive 9243/EEC3 and Directive 2009/147/EC. And I do not think that ETSU actually abides by this law, and I will go on to mention these. If EWS 4.1, a description of the development, including in particular, and this is noise and this refers to noise and vibration, the full possible noise pollution is not measured by the use of dBA, which is the way that the wind industry measure noise, as the full spectrum of the sound environment is not shown as demonstrated by SAM, and we can go to SC35, SC37, 38, 42 and 43. We can do this later because I'll be referring back to it later. As just discussed, Mr. Craven recognises that this can be done, and we've recognised this through SAM. EWS 4.3 requires a description of the relevant aspects of the current state of the environment. The baseline scenario, which is in contrast to ETSU, which is unambiguous in the background noise measurement, should be made in the absence of any significant existing turbine noise. This is rather a point that probably needs clarification, because EWS 4.3 requires a description of the relevant aspects of the current state of the environment which is in existence. And for Shallock Well, living with these turbines is actually the way their baseline scenario. They only bought the house when the turbines were there because they weren't aware of possible effects, and they will enlarge on this. So for them, it is their baseline scenario. The total monitoring took place between the 24th of July and the 15th of August, which we heard this morning, confirmed by Mr. Craven, which was only a 3-week period, supposedly representative of all weather conditions throughout a whole year. I would actually like to, at this point, to take you to SC35, SC37 and SC38, with SC35 to pages 23 to 25, SC37 pages 20 to 21, and SC38 to pages 17 to 18, and look at the windroses.
I think if we could pause there, Ms. Crosswaite, and go through those again. So I've got SC35.
Yes.
What page was it you wanted?
23 to 25.
Yeah, and then SC38. Let me open
Yeah.
that one.
SC37 as well. Pages
Right.
20 to 21.
Fine, and then SC38.
Yes, pages 17 to 18.
Right, yes, so these are all the windroses. Thank you.
These are all the windroses, yes. Now, these were done from the 24th of March to the 7th of March, the 13th of March to the 19th of March, and the 20th of March to the 27th of March this year. So they were done over a similar time sort of span to the one that was discussed this morning, that was done as the monitoring. And I think if we look at these, we can see that they don't really give a full representative over wind directions over the whole year. Mr. Cravens was at pains to state that the dominant wind direction is southwesterly. And I have always believed that that's the case. And I've lived here for nearly 35 years. But of late, we've had lots of northeasterlies, northwesterlies, as can be seen from these. And there's only one small section that actually covers wind from, and that's the 20th of March to the 27th of March, when we have it from the southwest. So I just want to I'm just making the point that I don't think that their wind data is fully representative of a full year's wind, especially as it was done in the summer months. It was actually very wet, which is shown on their noise data. Most of the time as well. So ETSU 97 is a set of guidelines, and it states that that noise measurement is adequate. Again, I do not think that ETSU is full. It gives us the full environmental impact assessment that we need. The acronym for ETSU 97 is Energy Technology Support Unit. And ETSU is lengthy and complicated, intentionally so, I think, and contains many assumptions and omitted critical considerations. These include, among many, the existence and risks of ILFN, that's infrasound and low frequency noise. And although the developers like to make a real differential between low frequency noise and infrasound, it's a very grey area where one begins and one exists, and one tends to merge into the other, and depends very much on a person's hearing. Also, it doesn't go into excessive amplitude modulation very much. And it allows, of all things, nighttime audible sound levels to exceed those of daytime limits, all based on assumptions of background noise levels, changes at night associated with increased wind speeds, and whether you sleep with a bedroom window open or you don't. I think most people in the summer like to sleep with their bedroom windows open. And I think that's another area of that's contentious. If I could now take you to SC9, which is a paper written, it's actually a manual written by a Dr. Ben Johnson. It's a very recent paper. It's probably the most recent paper we've come across. It was written only on December the 7th, 2020. And it's a discussion paper. It doesn't claim to be peer reviewed. It's a discussion paper, which is a manual to promote a clearer and accurate description of industrial wind turbines. It's a very, very good paper for a layperson to read, because it explains things in a layperson's language. Page 8 says, I personally have known the feelings of surprise, bewilderment, confusion, and hopeless frustration upon learning that a large industrial complex could be permitted into quiet, rural, residential locales that are often zoned for agriculture or miles away from anywhere. It is time to stop debating whether or not a problem exists. It is well known that wind farm noise does result in sleep disturbance and health effects for some people, and the time has come to decide what to actually do about it. the fact remains that some people are so affected by wind farm noise that their health suffers, and some are forced to leave their homes in order to achieve an acceptable quality of life. And we know that from my original submission where Casey Dell abandoned her home. She still actually pays the council tax on it. And the Baldwins, they moved away as well. And there are many other instances worldwide. Going back to the Johnson paper, SC9, page 147 states that the contents of this data collection is not peer-reviewed as an entity. Nearly all of it comes from peer-reviewed data and publications. And then I would like you to turn to page 45. And this is a discussion by Dr. Johnson with my own additions on ETSU 97, where he says it is a document that has remained unchanged for 23 years. Over the same period, most everything else has changed. Technology has advanced and laws and regulations reflect this, except where wind turbine noise is concerned.
Can I just take you to Mr. Craven's inquiry report at page 6, points D, E, and F?
Yes, this is where he comments on various aspects of my precognition. And the understanding into the effects of noise on people has advanced, particularly regarding the adverse effects of noise on sleep and potential for cardiovascular disease, promotion from environmental noise. This is where he's actually stating that it's not very easy to gather the data, and it's the excuse for the wind industry not having gathered this data. He's actually saying that it's very difficult to gather. The World Health Organization has weighed in with guidelines concerning not only other forms of environmental noise, but also industrial wind turbine noise. Importantly, they comment that there is no data suggesting that there is no risk. Sleep studies and actigraphy, such as Oura rings, Apple Watches, Fitbits, lots of movement monitoring have now clarified sound pressure levels where there is no sleep disturbance, where non-conscious recognition of noise with subsequent disturbance of healthy sleep stage architecture and awakening from sleep due to unique disruptive quality of noise, including turbine noise. There's really no excuse for the wind not being able to monitor how people living near wind turbines react in sleep. Maximum size of industrial wind turbines has increased hugely. And we just have, I think we have something like 27 applications in Scotland with turbines over 200 meters high. With that, adverse health effects from sound emissions in the infrasound low frequency noise range are now recognized in turbines even more, especially those of greater than 5 megawatts, thus creating new health considerations of turbine siting that were not considered in the initial guidelines. And if I could take you to S20, which is from Dr. Chris Hanning, comments from Dr. Chris Hanning.
Yes.
In his paragraph 4,
Point 4.6.
and yes, 4.6. Wind turbine noise contains a large element of LFN, the contribution increasing with turbine size, and that's from Moeller and Pedersen, 2011. The adverse effects of LFN on health have been recognized for decades, although they have been generally overlooked until recent years, EBOM 2013. And then if you go to paragraph 4.7, ETSU makes no allowance for LFN despite the increases in turbine size since its formulation. So that confirms what we've been saying. The possibility for closer adjacencies between neighbouring wind farms has increased, leading to the need for greater consideration of cumulative noise effects. The approach to wind turbine control has evolved from previously dominant stall-regulated technology to the now dominant variable speed technology, thereby enabling much more control flexibility over the noise output characteristics of wind turbines.
Could you just pause there for a second? I'm just trying to catch up my notes.
Sorry, yes.
That's fine. Yeah, perhaps when you finish your main point, we could just pause for a second, then I can
Of course, yes, yes. I can also supply you with a copy of my notes when I've finished, if you like.
Well, perhaps that could be done as part of question submission.
Yep, yeah, absolutely.
That would be helpful. Yes. Okay, thank you. Right, I've caught up now.
Okay, thank you. The approach to, I'm sorry, I've read that one. Acoustic standards, which were present in the early 1990s, which then formed the basis of discussion for ETSU R97, have been updated. This includes increased awareness of factors affecting derived prevailing background noise levels. Despite all these technological and scientific advances in our understanding of industrial wind turbine noise and its effects on human health, the ETSU R97 has not changed since it has been since it was accepted as a non-regulatory guidance, with the exception of the good practice guide. They initiated the practice of unreasonably treading inside the property grounds rather than sticking to the property line. ETSU 97 avoids sound limits, rather they set up the device of relative to background noise, with which they are able to ramp up the limits, assuming a low wind shear gradient of wind speeds over the vertical height of the rotor sweep.
Then it's AP1, report page 6. Mr. Craven comments on the justification for the daytime and nighttime noise limits in terms of perceived effects. Do you just want to comment on that, Mrs. Crossway?
Thank you, yes. Noise intrusion is most likely during high wind shear conditions, so mainly during the night time and evening when wind speeds at ground level are likely to be low, but turbine noise at or close to the maximum. So even though even that's the ETSU R97 actually allows more wind at night, more noise at night. Noise assessments by wind farm developers have either failed to consider wind shear or applied very low levels, as we saw this morning discussed. So underestimating the likely noise impact on nearby residents. Additionally, when ETSU 97 was written, the tallest industrial wind turbine was 32 meters to hub, again as we heard this morning, at which height wind shear effects could only lead to relatively small errors. Now total heights of over 200 meters bring even greater adverse wind shear associated with noise production. On average, high wind shear occurs at night about 1/3 of the time. ETSU R97 allows nighttime industrial wind turbine levels 20 dBA above actual background noise in many quiet rural locations. Greater than 10 BA over background levels is associated with noise levels where complaints are likely. The additional 10 dBA represents noise levels that are 4 times louder and 100 times more intense. And again, I'd like to take you to S20, back to Chris Hanning, paragraph 1.3.
Yes.
The acoustical shortcomings of ETSU have been discussed in detail elsewhere. Bowdler 2005, Cox on Win Sherman. Despite the growing evidence of harm and the author's caveats, no substantive review of the fundamental principles of ETSU has been conducted, nor has any substantive research been conducted in the UK. The Hayes-Mackenzie Partnership conducted a small study on behalf of DT15 in 2006, as a result of which they recommended the reduction in nighttime noise levels. These were removed from the final report, only emerging after the earlier drafts were obtained using Freedom of Information DTA 2006 ABC 5. Also paragraph 564.
Yes.
It is reasonable to conclude from the data that adverse health effects occur at external turbine noise levels above 35 dBA, yet ETSU permits nighttime noise levels at 43 dBA. And then I would just like to go to the, chapter 10.
This is of the EIA report.
Yes, yes. 10 to 14.
Yes.
And that describes the potential for sleep, assuming a 10 to 15 dB reduction inside a room. Now, I don't know how you can equate that with windows being open. The attenuation will be reduced at lower frequencies as well. And people often report that wind turbine acoustic signature is louder indoors than out, which may have something to do with the wind turbine acoustic signature pulses causing resonance in the walls and ceilings of the rooms. Certainly, we have seen that wind turbine acoustic signature is much clearer on the periodograms inside the inside than outside. And if you would like to go to my reference SC41.
Yes.
This is a discussion that was had in the Heracleoc extension inquiry, where Dr. Yelland asserts in that infrasound noise due to room resonance can be greater inside the house than outside. But this is implausible given the wavelengths involved, and this was what Dr. Craven said, that this was implausible.
Dr. Cand.
Sorry, Dr. Cand, sorry, thank you. Dr. Cand said that this was implausible given the wavelengths involved are of the order of 15 to 300 meters length. from 1 to 20 hertz, given that room resonances would only occur when the room dimensions are at least half the wavelength. This would not apply for most of the infrasound range for typical inhabitants. But Dr. Swinbanks, he looked into this for us and he responded. In his submission, Cand argues that there cannot be low frequency resonances in a house at the frequencies associated with infrasound because the acoustic wavelengths are too long and the room sizes are too small. Unfortunately, he has failed to take into account that rooms are often interconnected by passageways, and the combination of a room and a passageway can serve as a Helmholtz resonator. The most important feature of a Helmholtz resonator is that it can be of much smaller overall dimension than the specific resonant acoustic wavelength. I have data relating to measurements taken in a small concrete noise refuge chamber constructed at a wind farm. This was serviced by an air conditioning duct, but resonant amplification was apparent at almost exactly the same frequency as wind turbine blade rate. Modification of the ducting lengths resulted in correctly lowering this resonant frequency well below the blade rate, thus reducing the received infrasound response in the enclosure. And as I said, we have found this from doing the measurements with Sam, that the wind turbine pulse is actually can be greater inside the houses. Going back to discussion of ETSU, they use an L90 average, an average over 90% of the time tested for the wind turbine noise, which is approximately 7 to 13 dB lower than the L-max. ETSU 97, by characterizing noise essentially as an average, which is described as LEQ, eliminated any possibility of assessing for sleep disturbance, which is the most important of the many adverse health effects produced by industrial wind turbines. The problem with averaging is that you aren't looking at the average when dealing with noise nuisance, particularly at night time, a noise nuisance. Sleep can be readily disturbed by shorter, louder noises that do not affect the average noise level. And if we look at SC9, page 127,
Just bear with me a moment. Which part of SC9?
page 127.
Is this electronic page or?
Yes, it is an electronic page, yes.
Good.
There are a number of important concepts here. The first is the difference between LEQ and L-max. If the nuisance noise is not continuous, then averaging the sound level is not appropriate. For instance, if the loudest noise in a recording is the one that wakes someone up, like the pulses, then level in the rest of the recording is moot. Therefore, it contravenes EWS 443. It's actually like a person saying to a person, put your head in the oven and your feet in the fridge, and saying that the body temperature therefore will be average because of it would be a bit of both. Or it's like someone hearing a gunshot, which alerts the fight or flight response. But the wind industry averaged the sound of the shot over 10 minutes, so it becomes negligible. And this is why the way ETSU measure does not give you a proper record of what actually is happening in the environment. There is no measurement of the full range of infrasound, low frequency ILFN. The wind turbine acoustic signature is a series of pulses which occur at a rate below 20 pulses per second, with each pulse containing all the frequencies of the harmonic series from below 1 Hz to well into the audible range. The appropriate audibility threshold must therefore be applied to all the harmonic peaks. And we can see this in the case of Docroyal Fir to Shallock-Well with the recordings. This shows peaks well beyond 60 Hz. And Professor Mariana Alves Pereira will enlarge upon this and demonstrate the peaks when she speaks after I've finished. And this contravenes EWS for 1D.
Okay, then if we go to back to Mr. Craven's inquiry report 4.1, page 6, 5.2, the specific objections within this representation document are unclear, but further information is requested by Susan Crosswaite. One in terms of supporting studies as to the potential for sleep disturbance. AP1, page 7, a direct relationship between turbine-related infrasounds and health impacts has not been established, and such link is highly unlikely given the infrasonic turbine noise levels have been repeatedly shown to be orders of magnitude below the recognised perception levels. Do you want to just comment on that, Mrs. Crosswaite, please?
Thank you. Yes, again, I would like to refer you to SC9, page 29, perception.
So page 29.
Yes, please.
And again, this is the page that says 29 at the bottom of it, or the electronic page.
Oh, hang on. The
electronic pages seem to be 5 higher than the.
I'll just tell you in a minute because I've just. It's the one with the number at the bottom of the page. So
Okay,
if you
thank
just, okay, thank you. Thresholds, serious consequences with larger industrial wind turbine power generating capacity. The rapid introduction to rural residential locations at close sighting from resident of increasingly larger industrial wind turbines for the purpose of larger energy production per turbine has been without any efforts by the wind industry to ensure public safety with the new levels of sound production profiles, particularly in the infrasound range. And we discussed this morning with Mr. Craven, who said, who agreed that government don't necessary because anything about it. I can't agree with reading. George Napperman, acoustician, believes that the amount of low frequency noise generated by industrial turbines increases by 3 to 5 dB for every megawatt of electrical power generated. And these 5.6 megawatt industrial wind turbines which are nearly 2.5 greater than the Mark Hill ones. Furthermore, they believe that within the infrasound range, the sound levels produced are less than the human thresholds for perception. As the human ear reaches to embrace detection, when sound is not pure tonal, noise recognition can extend another 10 to perhaps 15 dB lower, and that's supported by Dr. Malcolm Swinbanks. Dr. Malcolm Swinbanks also, if you have a look at 18 SC, sorry, that's my paragraph, SC 33.
Yes.
This submission provides an account of the generation, perception, and health consequences of low-frequency sound and infrasound emanating from wind turbine installations, followed by a description of the author's first-hand experience of such effects. If you go to page 531, page 5, paragraph 31.
Yes.
From the present author's perspective, however, it completely failed to take account of two of the most important aspects of low frequency and infrasound perception. Specifically, there is no mention of the fact that the threshold of hearing automatically adjusts to the background ambient sound level, with the result that infrasound in cities and suburban areas are well below the threshold and completely imperceptible, whereas in quiet rural areas, the much lower hearing threshold enables adverse effects from wind turbines to be perceived. Consequently, dismissive arguments which directly equate infrasound in these two very different environments without taking into account these significant differences in perception are fundamentally flawed. And Dr. Swinbanks, in my other evidence that I've submitted in SC 28, SC 29, and SC 30, are all relevant discussions on this that you may like to look at separately. They've all been submitted to the inquiry.
Okay, do you want to go to page 7 of 5.4? Is that Malcolm Swinbanks again, Mrs. Crossways? Number 20?
No, that's
Oh,
that's Mr. Craven's report.
That's Mr. Craven's report, sorry, yeah. The fact that self-reported symptoms described by some people living in close proximity to wind turbines are not regularly reported by people that live near to other infrasound producing developments or even natural sources indicate that the direct link between infrasound and turbines is highly unlikely. Do you want to comment on that? That statement by Mr. Craven?
Yes, I would, yes.
Report.
This statement rather contradicts itself. In fact, Mr. Craven is stating that there is only evidence from complainants of wind turbines, of wind turbine noise character, and that is the only type of infrasound problem, distinct from other infrasound producing developments. This in itself would actually tell me that wind turbines do have to give you problems because they're the ones that are producing the complainants. And the fact is that wind turbines give a particular pulse sound, which is on a mathematical series. Now we have infrasound in the environment all the time. We go down to the sea and we watch the waves, but never are they on a mathematical series. We've all experienced that big wave that came along that was most unexpected and went over the tops of our wellies, or we got our feet very cold when we didn't expect to as we walked along the shoreline. Mathematical pulsations from wind turbines are contrary to natural infrasound, and living with long exposure to these pulsars can give lots of problems, much more than people who work in occupations where there's occupational exposure. They actually go home and get relief, especially during the times of COVID. We have people working from home all the time now, so they get no relief at all. And people such as Joy Kendall, who is a witness, who went to work every day and never really noticed anything. Suddenly she's working from home and she's getting symptoms. And this is reflected also in the comments below. Mr. Craven says that noise associated with the operation of wind turbines is not transient in nature, but can exhibit the character referred to as AM, which we discussed this morning. There's an increased likelihood of there being difficulty in getting to or back to sleep once awake for other reasons. In instances where turbine noise is audible within bedrooms due to the associated potential for annoyance. However, the nighttime noise limit specified within ETSU R97 results in overall noise levels within bedrooms that are low and highly unlikely to wake someone up or disturb sleep directly. I think that we've explained that this actually isn't the case. And EWS 4.4, a description of the factors specified in 4.3 likely to be significantly affected by the development, the population, human health. I think we've seen from the above that many people are affected by low frequency noise. I will go on to SC9, again, page 51. Part 6, adverse health effects from industrial wind turbines.
Yeah.
Okay, there's quite a lot here, but I'm going to skim through it. But you might like to look at this discussion.
Yes, don't feel you need to read out long sections. If you point me to the sections of these documents that you want me to look at, then I can do that at my leisure. And but yeah, it's helpful if you can summarize what they're covering.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. I'll just start a great review. Essentially, a textbook 2014 was done by Bob Thorne, PhD. And Bob has actually worked closely with our group too. He did public health and acoustician. He is a public health and acoustician specializing in infra and low frequency sound. This is a 158-page review, Wind Farm Noise and Human Perception, a review. There is a significant body of peer-reviewed research readily available in public forum to substantiate the potential for serious to moderate adverse health effects to individuals due to wind farm activity noise while living in their residences and while working on their farms near large-scale wind farms or large turbines. Adverse health effects can arise from extreme psychological stress, from environmental noise, particularly low-frequency noise with symptoms of sleep disturbance, headache, tinnitus, ear pressure, dizziness, vertigo, nausea, visual blurring, tachycardia, irritability. Sorry, my dog's having a sneezing fit. Problems with concentration and memory, and panic attack episodes associated with such sensations when awake or asleep. Also, this is Dr. Daniel Shepherd. If you go to that follows on by a discussion SC9, page 56, by Dr. Daniel Shepherd. And then again, Dr. Hanning, that we've discussed, it goes on to discuss his evidence. Michael Nisenbaum, MD, it goes on to discuss his evidence. Dr. C.V. Phillips reviewed epidemiological principle, goes on to his, discuss his, and page 81, if you could go to page 81, sound perception. Harrison concluded that industrial wind turbines caused annoyance in about 20% of residents living within a distance considered acceptable by most regulatory authorities, and that for many of the 20%, the annoyance and the sleep disturbance led to adverse health effects. Thorne noted that human perception of noise is based primarily on sound character rather than sound levels, and that wind turbines are unique sound sources that exhibit special audible and inaudible modulated tonal characteristics. He stated that sound levels of 32 dBA LEQ outside a residence and or above an individual's and or above an individual's threshold of hearing inside the home are markers for serious adverse health effects, especially among susceptible individuals. And then on page 98 of the same document, SC9, Sir Austin Bradford, University of London, checked his about the association of causal evidence and environmental disease and the discussion cause and effect with wind turbines. And then before I move on, if I could just say, Sir Hill recognises that all scientific work is incomplete, but that does not confer upon us a freedom to ignore the knowledge we already have, or to postpone the action that it appears to demand at a given time. Wind energy stance as proof is grossly less than the mass of supportive material presented in this review. By comparison, in 2015, scientific supportive opinion of existing data, not their original data, the Council of Canadian Academies reviewed available data, journal articles, web pages, legal decisions, and non-peer-reviewed publications on wind turbine health effects. And their reviewed agreed that evidence was sufficient to establish a causal relationship to annoyance, limited evidence for a causal relationship to sleep disturbance, but was inadequate to determine if there was a link to health outcomes for in the discussion. And if we could go to sleep to 20, SC20 again, back to Chris Hanning's paper. And
Yes.
if I could take you to paragraph 1.5.
Yes.
A large body of evidence presented below demonstrates that human sleep and health are adversely affected at wind turbine noise levels permitted by ETSU. There is particular concern for the health of children exposed to excessive wind turbine noise. The inadequate consideration of excessive amplitude modulation is a major factor in the failure of ETSU to protect the human population. And then to 5.66. The weight of evidence, most of which is peer-reviewed, from investigations of the effects of wind turbine noise on sleep and health, is conclusive that it causes adverse effects at distances of at least 1.5 kilometers and at turbine noise levels of less than 40 dBA. It follows that the noise limits of ETSU used in UK are inadequate for the protection of human sleep and health. And then if I could take you to his conclusion at 5.73, at the bottom of that page. And over the page, it is abundantly clear that wind turbine noise adversely affects sleep and health at the setback distances and noise levels permitted in the UK by ETSU. There is no reliable evidence at all that the wind turbines are safe at these distances and noise levels, not a single study. In contrast, there is an increasing volume of studies outlined here to the contrary, which we've just been discussing.
Shall we move to SC8, Mrs. Crossway, which regards the Hunterston case? You want to?
Yeah. Yes.
You got that one? SC8, that's the Hunterston
Yes, I've got that.
topic. Have you, sir?
Yeah. Yes, I've got that.
I'm just opening it now. Yes, I've got it now.
Do you want to just run through the basis of that, Mrs. Crossway?
Yes, I'd like to start by just referring you to some of the victims of those turbines and the reports that they submitted to the in support of this case, but also originally to the Ericleoch extension. And if we could start with
Page 5?
page 6.
Page 5?
This is the National Offshore Wind Turbine Test Facility that is under discussion, called the Hunterston turbines. And we had a report from various Fairley residents. And on page 6, this is a statement about my experience of detrimental health due to the two large high output wind turbines. I've lived in Fairley since 1972, enjoying robust good health and well used to noise from the unloading activities at the coal terminal jetty, which is 900 meters due west of my home. I never had cause to complain about audible noise from wind turbines, so the noise from the wind turbines, which I refer to as causing my symptoms, was below 20 hertz and inaudible. I also had my hearing and balance tested when I first experienced the symptoms. I have never before or after experienced anything as awful as the effects. I'm just whipping through it. I'm not reading it all to you.
Yes, I think if you could just point me to the point that you want me to take out of each section, then
okay,
that would be most helpful to me.
Okay, well, the point I'm trying to make with this is to actually just give the highlight the evidence that they suffered. This resident, my home became unlivable in when the wind turbines were turning. However, at least I knew that my ill health was due to wind turbines. And despite, I did phone and write to Health Protection Scotland, and despite them telling me that my symptoms might well be from ILFN, there was no evidence in the literature to prove this. I have since looked at the papers and studied on ILFN and wind turbines and believe this to be untrue. I did not have to see the turbines to know that they were turning. This again goes back to perception. I felt the effect of them turning immediately. I also knew without seeing them that they had stopped. And she said, nobody should have to unnecessarily suffer as I and others did. I say unnecessarily because the size, power output, and are all important factors which need to be taken into consideration by developers and planning authorities in order to avoid torture to residents. The effects of the 2 wind turbines at Hunterston could be felt as far away as the north end of Largs, which was approximately 10 kilometres from Hunterston. And then another letter from another resident. I live on Millport on the Isle of Cumbrae, and I have been unwell for over a year with dizziness, which becomes quite severe at times, nausea, sleeplessness, poor coordination, the feeling of collapse, heart palpitations. These debilitating health effects, I now believe, come from the low frequency noise produced by the 2 turbines. And she then goes on to say the test turbines were removed well before the extended testing date ceased. Mitsubishi took their turbines down extremely quickly for fear of being sued when they were aware so many people were affected by these turbines. And then one more resident. Evidence. I suffered the most awful side effects relating to infrasound. I had headaches, palpitations, nausea, and general lack of energy. I am now in good health and have never experienced these awful side effects since the removal of these 2 offshore turbines. So I'm trying to convey there the fact that what they suffered only when the turbines were on, and since the turbines have been taken away. Now, the wind industry would say, and I think it's in Mr. Craven's evidence. Oh, just hang on a minute where I go to it. The Hunterston's offshore test turbines were the largest operational turbines constructed in the UK between December 2014 and October 2017. These comprised of a Siemens 6 megawatt turbine and a 7.2 megawatt Mitsubishi Sea Angel turbine to a maximum height of 198.5 meters. Despite the fact that SSE gained a variation permission to appeal to the Scottish Ministers, on appeal to the Scottish Ministers, date of appeal decision 9th of January 2018, to continue operations of a further 2 years from the original consent expiry date of the 14th of October 2017, SSE did not conduct further testing or operations after this date, even though they had consent to continue operations to October 2019. And the reporter noted in his report that the health effects weren't qualified, so he therefore gave that consent. And yet I really wonder if he had known that SSE would demolish these turbines very quickly and that they would never turn again, to imply that SSE merely demolished the 2 turbines and decommissioned the National Offshore Wind Turbine Test Facility site because the consent expired, or that the turbines were due to be decommissioned anyway, is to disregard the significant evidence and effects these turbines were having on local residents. The Hunterston's case cannot be simply brushed aside, and to do so is to fail in the duty of care to any affected residents or future affected residents from turbines of this size, 5.6 megawatt turbines at 200 meters to blade tip, which is what we're looking at here.
Then we looked at the DTI report APP 4.8 this morning. Do you want to
Yes,
just
we did.
Just comment on the other one, which is the 4.9.
Yes. Again, this contravenes EWS Schedule 4 and 0.6. The wind turbine acoustic signature is a series of pulses which occur at a rate below 20 pulses per second, when each pulse containing all the frequencies of the harmonic series from below 1 Hertz to well into the audible range. The appropriate audibility threshold must therefore be applied, if at all, to all harmonic peaks. In the case of Dock Royal Theatre Shallopwell recordings, this shows peaks well beyond 60 Hertz, which I think we've already stated. Despite these findings and clear impacts of health effects on humans by industrial wind turbines, the wind industry, through its experts and trade associations, have denied that industrial wind turbines can cause health effects. If we go back to SC9, page 65.
Yes.
Okay, on July the 25th, 2011, NoiseCon 2011 was a submission by Bray and James, and they included comments from Alex Salt, PhD, 14th of December 2010, as below. Infrasound perception from wind turbines and the inner ear, Dr. Salt's view. This is also, when you look at Dr. Malcolm Swinbank's paper, he also discusses this. This is a controversy, there is controversy, whether prolonged exposure to sounds generated by wind turbines adversely affects human health. The unweighted spectrum of wind turbine noise slowly rises with decreasing frequency, with the greatest output in the 1 to 2 Hertz range. As conventionally understood, human hearing is insensitive to infrasound, needing over 120 dB SPL to detect 2 Hertz. It is claimed that the infrasound generated by wind turbines is below threshold and therefore cannot affect people, which again is what we heard this morning from Mr. Craven. The inner hair cells, IHC, of the cochlea, through which hearing is mediated, are velocity sensitive and insensitive to low frequency sounds. The outer hair cells, OHC, in contrast, are displacement sensitive and respond to infrasonic frequencies at levels up to 40 dB below those at which are heard. A review found that G-weighted filter that will actually measure infrasound while A-weighting does not, or we actually use unweighted rather than G-weighted. Noise levels generated by industrial wind turbines with upward wind rotors to be approximately 70 dBg. This is substantially below the tonal threshold for hearing ultrasound, which is 95 dBg, but is above the calculated level of OHC stimulation of 60 dBg. This suggests,
Ms. Crosswaite, it's not necessary for you to read out long passages of each of these documents, because I can go back and read them for myself. I appreciate it's probably more helpful for me to, as I say, for you to tell me what it is you want me to take from it.
Okay, well, what I want you to take from it, obviously, is that the outer cells of the ear can hear in infrasound, and as I said again, it's this is supported by various other various other people as well. If you carry on looking at this, we've got it supported by Max Planck and various other evidence and peer-reviewed papers. So, okay, I'll move on.
I don't know how much more time you need, but would it be an appropriate time to have a short break now, or are we close to getting towards the end of Ms. Crossthwaite's evidence in chief?
I think you could have a short break, Mr. Sir.
Right, very well then. We'll just have a quick 10-minute break and come back at 3:05, please.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'll unmute myself. Ms. Crossthwaite, are you back with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Good. I mean, as I say, Ms. Crossthwaite, as we proceed, I'm less interested in hearing quotes from the various documents. It's wholly appropriate for you to direct me to them, and I can read them at my leisure. But you're the witness, so I'm more interested in hearing what your views are and what you want me to take from these documents. So I think that might hurry things along a little. But back to you and back to Mr. Grosvenor to take you through the rest of your evidence.
Point taken, sir. Ms. Crossthwaite, can I just refer you to the Finnish study, which is SC27? I believe we touched on this morning. Paragraph AP41 and Mr. Craven's inquiry report at 5.24. I believe he referred to it and we referred to it this morning in evidence as well. Do you just want to comment on that, please? You there?
Ms. Crossthwaite, are you there?
Sorry, yes, I was muted, sorry. Yes, sorry, I'd picked up the wrong papers. I've got the right ones now. Yes, again, with the help of Dr. Swinbanks, who looked at this study because we had questions about it. An immediate observation is that this report, given its present limitations, does not justify its title. Infrasound does not explain symptoms related to wind turbines. The implied statement is far too general, since individual test times were in blocks of no more than 10 minutes, and this is crucial. Indeed, in many cases, numerous separate sound samples were held within the time frame of each such block. In practice, symptoms due to infrasound can take several hours or even more to develop. In the present author's experience, that's Mr. Swinbanks, Dr. Swinbanks, exposure of half hour or less may present no obvious adverse effects. The structure of this report's testing procedures was such that significant negative responses were only to be expected. A more accurate title would be infrasound segments of short duration do not relate to science. Again, that's 18, so that document, sir.
Thank you.
So the Finnish study then, that there was, would you say that there were flaws with the Finnish study, Mrs. Crossthwaite, with the methodology?
Yes, actually, if you go back to, if you study the study and its history, you will find that there was a pilot study carried out in Finland, and this pilot study was actually funded and again was done for the Finnish government. And they expected different results. It had been noticed from experience that after construction of wind plants, usually within a few months, people in the surrounding area have begun to get a wide range of symptoms. The chairman of the Finnish Association of Environmental Health say, and the fact that they got the results that turbines actually caused problems with low in much greater distances than they were anticipated. The funding was pulled, and they did a study to try and counteract it. So I think there are real questions about this study. And again, I would suggest that this is all detailed in our SC18.
Okay, because that contradicts quite largely the assertions that were made this morning, that it was a valid study. Would you say so?
Yes, very much so. Yes, yes. The fact that they only did it over 10-minute slots, there's no way you would. I mean, visitors to homes with people that live in infrasound often wonder what people are talking about. Infrasound is time sensitive without any doubt whatsoever, and the more you're in a situation, the more affected you are. So 10 slots wouldn't really tell you anything.
So would you say that's dose response then?
Yes, definitely dose response related. Yes.
Okay. Can we move on to SC60, residential amenity? And that's a discussion of the Louth Canal appeal and the lavender test.
Yes, if I could.
Although we're not specifically looking at visual impact, obviously that there is a correlation between noise impacts and visual impacts. It's just a question of highlighting the importance of the Louth Canal in this respect, the Louth Canal appeal in this respect.
Yes, if I could take you to page 16, please, of SC60.
Yes.
I think that amenity is it's not just visual. When you live somewhere like Shallock-Well, Furter, Dock Royal, you live there because of the peace and quiet of the countryside, and you like to hear the birds singing, and it's not just visual, it's about noise and general well-being. And this has obviously been discussed in quite a number of cases, and the Louth Canal appeal, which is SC6 in our submissions of evidence, reference links between residential amenity, both in terms of adverse visual and wind turbine noise impacts. And the appeal against refusal of East Lindsey DC was dismissed. And it was dismissed because of significant harmful and oppressive visual impacts. The property would become an unattractive and unpleasant place to live, and that despite the likely adherence to noise level that would be set, that was in spite of the adherence to noise levels that would be set. The noise that is likely to be heard on occasions would be likely to exacerbate the feeling of being oppressed because of the close proximity of the wind turbines. And again, he said it was unacceptable living conditions for the occupier of that particular home, which was Eastfield Farm. The conclusions of the inspector cites wind turbine noise as one of the grounds for dismissing appeal and refusing planning application. And it's important to note, as set out in para 321 above, that Shallock-Well is a mere 1.47 kilometres, reducing to 1.14 kilometres within the northern amenity boundary of the residence. This is a fundamental failure, especially given the location of turbine 12 alone rises 110 metres AOD over Shallock-Well at 220 AOD. It is inconceivable that turbine 12 particularly will not be overbearing both visually and in terms of noise, given that the blade tip height is 200 meters plus 110 meters. This is a combined height of 310 meters. Moreover, Shallock Well is also the closest property to SPR's Mark Hill Wind Power Station, located to the west and southwest of the grounds of the property. Turbine 5 is the nearest turbine at 1.183 kilometers. This distance reduces by approximately 150 meters to just 1.033 kilometers when the west and south amenity boundary of Shallock Well is taken into account. It is abundantly clear that there will be cumulative, overwhelming and dominating adverse residential amenity in terms of both visual and noise at Shallock Well. Likewise, sorry, the wrong way. Likewise, at Furter Farmhouse, in the case of Clauchrie Wind Power Station, the closest property is Furter Farmhouse to the turbine 12, 1.5 meters. At the northernmost point of Furter Farmhouse, SPR's Appendix 6.4 Table 1 states 1.19 meter distance from the driveway of Furter Farmhouse, which is further away. However, the northernmost boundary of the residential amenity of the property is only 1.05 kilometers, so barely a kilometer. The fact that there is currently an element of visual screening, which is subject to both the vagrancies of wind throw and scheduled forest clearance, should by necessity carry little weight in the planning balance when considering the combined adverse residential amenity impacts. Forestry is of itself temporal. And then we can also look at the Enifer Downs appeal decision test, which I'm sure you're well aware of. The issue of residential visual amenity was first addressed by Inspector Lavender. In coming to his decision, Inspector Lavender considered the extent to which the visual experience from the dwelling and garden may be comparable to actually living within the turbine cluster rather than a turbine cluster being present close by. And I think we can really see that, and we did this morning, particularly for Shallock Well, where at the moment they have the close turbines of Mark Hill, but they also, which we haven't discussed at all, can clearly see all the other turbines in the area, Ericleoch, Kilgalliac, and if they get Clauchrie, they really will be living within a cluster. It is important to note that David Lavender, in his Enifer Downs decision letter, likewise considered adverse visual residential amenity impacts in conjunction with turbine noise impacts, as has Inspector Zoe Hill in the Louth Canal appeal. And the combined effects of noise flicker and visually impacts are just totally unacceptable in my opinion.
Shall we move on to your SC 65, which is of the World Health Organization 2016 guidance?
2018 guidance,
Sorry,
yes.
2018 guidance, yeah.
Yes, this is taken.
British brain.
The World Health Organization, this is taken from SC 65, my closing submission on Ericleoch extension. The WHO defines health as a state of complete physical, mental and social well-being, which this really supports the amenity that we've just discussed. Well-being is defined as the state of being comfortable, happy, and healthy. Shouldn't we protect our individual right to health and happiness that defines well-being by limiting intrusive noise pollution at one's private residence, along with respecting the safeguarding of their human rights and the peaceful enjoyment of living conditions as set out in the Humans' Rights Act? And also just SC9, page 9, Matthias Basner, MD, PhD, who is considered a world leader on health effects from environmental noise, produced an editorial 2019 where he reviewed the potential impacts of noise on our health. He had stressed that none of the wind noise guidelines data from the 2018 WHO report found an absence of risk. He finished his comment with the fact that, with that fact. And so if we could, that's all I really want to say actually on the World Health Organization, because it wasn't really discussed in Mr. Craven's precognition very much, or in fact, I don't think it was discussed at all in his precognition, and it was only vaguely discussed in his report. But I would like to finish with comments on SC65 with reference to the submission on the draft energy guidelines by Pat Swords, expert in EU law, the Aarhus Convention Environmental Impact Assessment, and also interpretation of the 2018 WHO noise guidelines.
Is there a reference on SC65 for that?
Yes, paragraph 37. 36 SEA and the Aarhus Convention.
Sorry, SC65.
No, yes, SC65, yes, that's correct.
I can't find a paragraph 37.
Oh, actually, it might be, sorry, I think it's my, is it my closing submission?
SC65 is your closing submission for our Clauchrie.
Ah, right, okay, that's where it's taken from then, yes. But it does actually refer to, it refers to SC15, yes. This is what I'm going to say. Say just now is actually taken from my closing submission referring to SC15 submission on the draft energy guidelines. Directive 2001-42 EC on strategic environmental assessment, SEA, has required since 2004 that for plans and programs related to energy, which set the framework for future development, consent on projects requiring environmental impact assessment, such as wind turbines and high voltage grids, that these be subject to strategic environmental assessment before adoption. And also it cites the importance of public participation. And 364, the fifth, this is talking about the Aarhus Convention, and the fifth convention, which covers three core areas: the right to information on environmental issues, the right to participate in shaping decisions that affect your environment, and the right to justice if these are not respected. Together, these rights make up the idea of environmental democracy. This concept emerged from the legacy of the Iron Curtain and the environmental damage which occurred there from ideological authoritarian administrations. The environment belonged to the people, not the administration, and they had to be provided with robust procedural rights. And that is exactly what EWS, the Electricity Act, EWS, does for us in Schedule 4. So if I could just finish with any way you look at it, industrial wind turbines will likely disturb your sleep when sited too close to your home. Sleep disturbance is a serious adverse health effect. The only solution is substantial distance separation. Complaints mean that the regulations have failed to protect residents. And to one document, so SE32.
Yes.
This is an email from Dr. Malcolm Swinbanks, and it's about the Senate Wind Turbine Select Committee, his testimony. And I'd just like to finish with the bottom little bit of it. I believe that clear evidence from over 30 years ago, coupled with modern analysis procedures using time domain techniques, which we do with SAM, indicates that the process of comparing infrasound levels with the threshold of hearing obtained simply by testing with pure tones is not an adequate criterion. Moreover, there is no doubt that we do not yet fully understand the mechanisms by which people can be adversely affected. Consequently, it is completely inappropriate to dismiss the genuine complaints of people who have to endure the adverse effects associated with living to or even within modern wind farms. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Thompson, do you have any questions for Ms. Crosthwaite?
Yes, please, Sam. Good afternoon, Ms. Crosthwaite. I hope you
Good
can hear me.
afternoon, Mr. Thompson. Yes, I can hear you.
Nice to speak to you again. I wonder if I could ask you, first of all, a couple of questions about your statement of case, where at paragraph 3, you explain that in 2017, you were approached by Melvin Grosvenor to help to organise the Glasgow Wind Turbine Noise Conference. And since then, a very dynamic association has been formed with Dr. John Yelland, Professor Mariana Alves Pereira, led by Melvin Grosvenor. Now, are you one of that dynamic association, or are you standing outside looking in at the three of them?
I'm very much part of this this dynamic association, which actually is extended now to the whole of the IRO group. We're working with a lot more top-level scientists.
Well, that was the next thing I was going to ask you about. The Independent Acoustics Research Organization, that's the IARO that I think you were mentioning just now. Are Dr. Yelland, Mr. Grosvenor, and Professor Mariana Alves Pereira all members of that organization?
No, only Professor Mariana Alves Pereira is a member of that organisation. It's on all the data that has been submitted who are members, and also it was in my cognition.
Well, I'll come to that. Are Dr. Yelland and Mr. Grosvenor members of the Independent Noise Working Group?
Yes, they are.
Are you a member of that group?
No, I am not.
there are just some things that I want to understand about one or two of the documents. First of all, SC60. Who is the author of SC60?
Myself and Mr. Grosvenor.
And would you take it from me that something's gone wrong with the numbering in this document? In that there are two 3.2s.
I apologize for that.
I don't think it spoils the sense, but it makes navigating a bit tricky. Document SC8. This was the one about Hunterston. Oh, sorry, yes, SC8. That you were talking about earlier this afternoon.
Yes, I have that. Yes, I have that.
Is this your document, albeit including extensive quotations from other people?
Yes, it is.
And is it your response to a decision by Mr. Croft, the reporter, on the 9th of January 2018?
I'm sorry, could you just repeat that question and refer me to which bit?
Yes, well, it might help if you had APP 34.
You'll have to just give me a minute to find that.
Yeah, absolutely no problem.
Sorry, what was that reference, Mr. Thompson?
APP 34, sir. Oh,
Is there another number?
I'm
Is there
sorry.
another number?
434, 4.34. I'm sorry, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have you found APP 434, Ms. Clauchrie?
Yes, I've got that document.
Right. And it's a reporter's decision dated the 9th of January 2018. And what I was wondering was whether your response at SC8 is a response to that decision. I think it is because the paragraphs seem to match up, but I just wanted to make sure about it.
Yes, it's using that it's using that decision. We've looked at that. I've looked at that document, and it's using that decision to contribute towards my well, it was really my notes.
Yeah. But when you refer to the Hunterston decision, paragraph 1, that's what you're talking about.
Yes, I'm talking about that that decision. Yes.
Yeah. And was Dr. Yelland involved in that?
No.
No. Professor Alvis Pereira, was she involved?
And in this particular paper that I have that I've discussed.
No, in the presenting of evidence to Mr. Croft, which resulted in his decision.
Right, okay. I'm sorry. You're actually asking me if Mr. Yelland, Dr. Yelland, sorry, was involved in the application, in the planning application appeal. Is that what you're asking?
Did he present evidence which was then before Mr. Croft?
He presented evidence at the planning appeal. I don't know whether Mr. Croft was there, to be perfectly honest.
Well, he was the reporter, so we hope he was there.
Well, if that's the case, then yes, Dr. Yelland was there, so yes.
And was Professor Alves Pereira there as well?
No, she was not.
Right.
Can I just bring a bit of clarity here, Mr. Thompson? The appeal decision was based on a summary of evidence that was presented to North Ayrshire Council because of the planning application. There wasn't a formal inquiry as such. It was just written representation. So all of the information that had been submitted to North Ayrshire Council as regarding the extension of the variation permission for the 2 years was provided to the Mr. Croft, and then from that he assessed all of that evidence and made his decision. So there wasn't a formal inquiry, it's just part of an appeal process on non-determination. So, you know, the documentation submitted to the planning application was part of the appeal assessment. That's the explanation.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I didn't suggest that there was an appeal, that there was an inquiry. The point is, though, that there was an appeal. Material was put before Mr. Croft, and representations by Dr. Yelland was part of that material. That's what Ms. Crosswaite has told us, and that is correct, is it not?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Looking at your precognition, am I right in thinking that you don't mention wind shear in your precognition?
That's correct.
And am I also right in thinking, and would you agree with me, that a substantial proportion of your precognition consists of quotations?
Not really, no.
What about page 2?
I think that bearing in mind that we were limited to 2,000 words, and I had a lot of information to get in there because I had missed doing a report because the Ericleoch extension inquiry was the first inquiry I had ever been involved in, and so I only learnt of the procedure. And the procedure for the protocol and the procedure for this inquiry has followed a slightly different format. And because of that, I didn't realise when my report it was accepted that my report would go in as part of my documents. It just came out that documents had to be submitted, I think, by the 12th of April or whatever date it was. So I didn't realize, I didn't get all the information in that I wanted in a report. So therefore I had to condense it. So there are quotations from my precognition Ericleoch extension, because a lot of the information was similar. there may be my own quotations, and that's the reason why it might look as though there are a lot of quotations, because I'm actually quoting from evidence that I wanted to submit to make sure that I had everything that I needed for the reporter, so that I could bring it all forward as evidence. I hope that explains the format.
It wasn't in any way intended to be a criticism. I quite understand. My point, and I hope you'll be able to agree with me, is that sometimes when you quote, you put the text in italics. Sometimes you put it in quotation marks. Sometimes you do both, and sometimes you do neither. And I wondered if you would agree with me in just alerting the reporter when he reads your recognition to the care that needs to be taken to understand what you're quoting and from where.
Well, thank you for alerting me to that. I will try and clarify that.
If I was interested in the quotation you have at page 4 from Dr. Yelland, and I was trying to understand that one. It starts off in the middle of the page with a reference to SC60, and you say it also draws out that fact that the original Mark Hill NIA was flawed. At para 5.1.4, Dr. Yelland, in his initial NIA appraisal of the Mark Hill NIA SC63, has already concluded that. And I think that paragraph 2.5.7 comes from SC63. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And then you've got that paragraph in italics. And then you go on, furthermore, Dr. Yelland states, and that I take it is another quotation. Is it also from SC63?
Can I just check that, please?
By all means,
Yeah. No, I don't think that's from there.
any idea where it is from?
perhaps this is something we could come back to, and Ms. Crosswaite could tell us more.
By all means, sir. On the basis that we'll find where this came from a little later, could I ask you about the last sentence in the first paragraph, just below the 6 to 7 dB in bold type, where he says, "I understand without surprise that the Mark Hill turbines did cause noise complaints from local residents." Now, we know that Dr. Yelland had been in touch with you by this time, because this was written sometime after 2020, because he refers to his preliminary report dated June 2020. And we know that he had been involved in advising Ms. Spence. So does that mean it would be fair to assume that his belief about complaints arising from Mark Hill came from either you or Ms. Spence?
Could you repeat that question, please? I'm not quite sure what you're asking me there. I'm not quite sure where.
Yes, we see from this sentence that Dr. Yelland understands without surprise that there had been noise complaints from local residents concerning the Mark Hill turbines. And we know that Dr. Yelland was in touch with you as part of the dynamic group. And we also know that Dr. Yelland had been assisting Ms. Spence. And what I'm wondering was whether he could have got this idea from anyone other than you or Ms. Spence.
Probably not. I don't think he was in touch with anyone else. Although I think maybe he was in touch with Mr. Shaw. So it's possible that that it came from that direction. I will check this up for you and find out where the reference is exactly, if that's okay, and then come back to you.
Thank you. But we do know that Ms. Spence had complained about the noise at Dock Royal Farm, and she had a sort of wide-ranging complaint against Mark Hill, Kilgalliack, and Aracleach. And the council investigated all three of those possible sources. You'll be well aware of that, I take it.
Yes, I'm well aware of that.
And you'll be aware of the result of that exercise, which is to be found at APP 4.30.
Yes, I'm aware of the results.
And in particular, in relation to Mark Hill, at paragraph 5.4. The report will be able to find that and read that in due course. So we know that there's been a complaint from Ms. Spence regarding Mark Hill, and we've heard that there's been a complaint by Ms. Kendall concerning Shallock Well, which was made in March of last year. Are you aware of any other complaints?
Possibly. I couldn't give you details at this moment in time, but I think I am aware of other complaints.
But without being able to name names?
I wouldn't like to name names anyway without the consent of the people involved.
Well, the complaint would be either to the council or to the applicant, would it not? Actually be private.
It would be to the council initially, absolutely. Some time ago, I did an FOI to the council to get a list of noise complaints, but it was to do with a different wind farm, and it was quite revealing as to how many there were.
Well, it's Mark Hill that I'm asking about, as you'll appreciate. Just going back very briefly to SC60, the document that you prepared with Mr. Grosvenor. It's a residential amenity comparison between the proposed Aracliffe extension and Clauchrie. Was that prepared at a time when you and Mr. Grosvenor hoped that the two inquiries might be conjoined? Was there some other reason for making that comparison?
No, it was prepared especially for this inquiry, but the significance of Kilrenny is the distance from the turbines and the remoteness of it, and there are so many similarities with Furter and Shallock Well, and distances to turbines and the effects on residential amenity.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crosswaite. I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've just done a few questions for you, Ms. Crosswaite. Now, yes, you'll have obviously read the suggestions that there's a nocebo, it's a new phrase on me, but a nocebo effect at play here, whereby people experience negative effects because they're expecting them. Do you have any comments on that theory?
Yes, I think there's a lot of people who have problems with turbines, and they have animals. Their animals show behavior changes, and animals can't possibly respond to a nocebo effect. And I also think it's a bit like the not in my backyard syndrome as well. I mean, turbine noise is annoying. A flicker is annoying. So the annoyance is part of the whole thing. But it's certainly not just, I mean, we only have to go back to the Hunterston evidence. People perceived the turbines being turned on and off. They didn't have to see it. And that happens to Malcolm Swinback explains this in some of his documents when he was working originally on very large turbines, which was occupational. He became sensitized, and as he was driving up to the turbines, as he was driving up to the gate, he could feel them, whether they were on or off, and he didn't know whether they were on or off. I think it's a very convenient term for wind energy developers.
Thank you. So just to be sure I understand where you're coming from with your evidence, you don't dispute the ETSU R97 calculation that's been done by the applicant. Rather, your case is much more that's the ETSU R97 document is asking the wrong questions and setting out the wrong tests. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. I'm not qualified to dispute their acoustic predictions in any way, but I think that I am qualified to understand the influences that are going on for people who are living with these turbines. Yes, and I agree with what you said.
So I mean, there's obviously a lot of technical arguments on both sides that been put before me and put before other inquirers, no doubt. Are you aware if those have been put to the Scottish Government and what their reaction has been?
I think this is a process by which that we will start to put this to the Scottish Government and to the Westminster Government. The whole situation that we're in through it's state-of-the-art science. It's never been done before. We are and the way that the Ericleoch extension inquiry and the Clauchrie inquiry has allowed us to gather evidence, and also the soundscape analytics. The IARO group are putting together papers. There are many at the moment that are being published, which therefore means that they will be peer reviewed, which will then enable us to put forward this to government bodies, not just in the UK, but all over the world.
Thank you. Yes, now you touched on in your evidence about how according to ETSI 197, the permissible levels of noise are higher at night, and that seems strange because presumably that's when people are trying to sleep. My understanding of that is that at night time people will be more likely to be indoors, and therefore there'll be attenuation by being indoors. And so therefore a higher level outdoors may be acceptable. Is that your understanding? And does that make sense to you?
I actually find it that I'm very shocked by it. Actually, I didn't realize until recently that this was the case, because living in the countryside, I understand it very well. Recently, we've moved houses 4 times, and we spent some time in what most people would consider was a quiet rural location, but it was within 1 kilometre of a bridge where a lot of heavy traffic goes over, and because of the state of the roads, there's a bump in the bridge at both sides. And at night, and never during the day, when I spent a lot of time in the garden, and when I'm outside, I wouldn't notice it. But at night, when it's quiet and my head was on the pillow, I could hear all the big heavy lorries going, because we get all the traffic in Ballantrae going to the Irish ferry terminal. I could hear these lorries going over this bridge, and I think it's the same sort of thing, but I didn't have to put up with it on a mathematical pulse. It was just every now and again, but it was enough to wake me up and enough to disturb me. So I think that might answer your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you. Yes, and then the argument about the Clauchrie turbines being much larger than earlier turbines that were the basis of earlier studies and earlier policy, and therefore making more noise. Is there a confusion here between looking at the situation in 2021 and saying larger turbines make more noise than smaller turbines today? But also, I think what I heard from Mr. Craven was that turbines were getting quieter over time. So it may be the case, might it not, that a large turbine today could still be quieter than a smaller turbine in the past. So for instance, the Clauchrie turbines could be quieter than the Mark Hill turbines.
Well, I think given that the only turbines of this size that have ever provided us with any actual evidence in situ are the Hunterston turbines, which were very much probably subjected to all the things that was discussed this morning because of the way that they were on the coast, but you had Cumbria Island at one side, and then you had raised beaches, and the topography very much must have influenced the effect of the wind shear and the AM from those turbines. And I think that all the evidence that is presented by Vestas and by Mr. Craven as standard evidence is probably done on computer models and maybe done in a factory. Never before have we had turbines of this size going onto undulating ridges. Mr. Craven described the area as flat. I wouldn't. I've been there several times, and there are very much valleys where the wind can be funneled down the valleys, and very much, especially with the trees and fallen trees, there are gaps here and there. So I think that there will really be a lot of wind shear, and that there's huge possibilities. The wind changes here. I remember once setting up SAM at Furta, and it was rather a breezy day, and I couldn't get the equipment in the right place because the wind kept changing directions. And so I think the potential for problems is huge and much greater than Mr. Craven realizes, or that ETSU allows him. I actually, think there are big problems here. ETSU does not allow the full story to be given. The guidelines are very restrictive, and I think it must be very difficult for you to get the full picture or the full environmental impact assessment for noise to actually be given.
Thank you. Yeah, my final question was that I think in Mr. Craven's evidence, he accepts there will be a level of noise, but he says that needs to be balanced against the country's need for renewable electricity. So do you accept that there is a level of, maybe a level of annoyance or a level of noise is I know, a fair price to pay for the wider benefit of generating renewable electricity?
I don't feel that people should ever be used as collateral damage. I don't. I know the constraint payments. I know Helen McDade well. I know how much SPR are being paid to switch these turbines off. They actually get more to not to function, and there is no, the grid can't operate with any more capacity at the moment. And I do think it's very much turbines in the right place. There are areas where there aren't people. This will impact on a lot of people's homes, not to mention the biosphere and all the other aspects of it. But no, I don't think that people should ever be used as collateral damage.
Thank you very much. Mr. Grosvenor, do you want to come back to Ms. Crosswaite on anything?
Thank you.
Yes, I do. There's just one point I'd like to draw out of this conversation. Ms. Crosswaite, can you go back to the Hunterston paper SC8?
I can.
Can you go to page 14? And this is, I believe this was the submission by Rick Holmes at the end of the error clerk inquiry submission.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Can you read the paragraph 1, 2, 3, fourth from the bottom.
Beginning I am.
Yes.
I am an advocate of energy from the wind, albeit it is not one that my livelihood depends on. That is the difference. I welcome research and regulation review as a way forward with energy from wind. The developers and their agents do not, as they are fully aware that much needed and effective regulation by ILFN will stop developments. Not just this one, but many of those being proposed in the future. Any additional ILFN will detrimentally impact Miss Spence and others. I now await the wind developers suggesting that any additional ILFN could possibly have the potential to negate the detrimental effects from that already being propagated. From my own experience of agents and acousticians for SSE, the developers at Hunterston, and in listening to Miss Spencer's evidence and Dr. Can's responses, my belief that these seemingly helpful and empathetic agents, acousticians, ultimately use any personal data derived from supposedly concerned professionals' requests for diaries to be kept of symptoms monitoring inside homes, etc., to subdue and even discredit the persons complaining. For example, in my case, SSE stated that I had in my diary logged symptoms when the wind turbines were not operating. This was used by SSE in a report to NAC, despite the fact that I had already disputed this and firmly established with SSE from the actual Japanese engineers that although the wind turbine was not operating, i.e. it was not producing electricity, it was turning. On a second occasion, knowing that my GP could do nothing, NAC Environmental Health could do nothing, and NHS Escher and Aaron had stated at the planning committee that there was no evidence of ill effects, as it had, according to NHS Escher and Aaron, engaged in a local epidemiological investigation into this effect. I resorted to going to the wind turbine site and play the Scottish Japanese engineer there. He told them
I don't
that
know how much, sorry,
Yeah,
Mr. Grove, I don't know
that's
how much
fine.
of this you're wanting.
Yeah,
to
no,
respond to.
that's fine.
Okay.
Because this was just a point about the nocebo effect that Mrs. Holmes is a supporter of wind energy. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would
Mrs.
agree that she is a supporter of wind energy. Yes.
And so she's not just complaining because of a nocebo that she doesn't like wind turbines.
No,
Would you
she's
say
not
that's
complaining. No, she wasn't complaining because she did like wind. Well, she still supports wind turbine energy, but she in the right place, and she was made very ill by them.
That's my final question. Thank you. I think you're muted, sir.
Thank you. Yes, I was. Thank you very much, Mr. Grosvenor, and thank you, Ms. Crosthwaite, for your time today. I think, Mr. Grosvenor, perhaps I'd seek your advice about how much. I think we'll probably stop there for the day today. But looking at the witnesses we have ahead, I don't know how much time you think you'll need and whether we should make a slightly earlier start in the morning. You have a feel for how much time you'll need with your other witnesses? I think you're muted now, Mr. Grosvenor.
Yes, I am. Hopefully we will get through it during the day. The other witnesses, apart from Professor Alves Pereira's, who's giving technical evidence, the others are giving broad-based statements of from their precognitions and their experience. I can't say really whether we'll get through all of it. I would prefer to start at 10 and then maybe run late rather than starting early because of Professor Alves Pereira is in Portugal. So that may be a better way of handling this.
Very well. Yes, that's fine. I'm more conscious about limiting the overall length of the day.
Yeah.
So that we don't
Well,
have too much time on the screen.
would today particularly, obviously, as I said before, we had quite a lot of technical information there. But Professor Alves Pereira's, I would, well, it's difficult to judge, but let's see how we go, and hopefully we can finish. But if we can run on later tomorrow, I think that will be more acceptable to our witnesses. If that's all right with you.
Yes, that's fine. I think, Mr. Thompson, do you have any comments on timing or?
I would have thought that Portugal was an hour ahead, but which might have suggested that the 9:30 start was more appropriate, but I'm in Mr. Grosvenor's hands.
I think Portugal's on the same time as us.
I think that may be the case. Yes, yes.
To their expertise, thank you.
Anyway, I think yes, I think we'll aim to start at 10, and we'll try and finish the topic by the end of the day. And if that means going on a bit longer into the afternoon, then so be it. Thank you for your time today.
And perhaps we could have a shorter break midday. That might be a better way as well. We can perhaps have half an hour instead of an hour during the midday.
Yes, we'll see how we'll review progress and see how we get on. I am conscious that people need a break.
Yeah, well,
to function at their best.
Me too. Is me too. Obviously, it's.
Yeah.
Could I just say I've had a message from Miss Pereira's, and she's happier to start a bit earlier if that suits everybody. And I would certainly rather have an hour at lunchtime as well, because I have the lunch to prepare.
Well, if Professor Pereira is happy to start at 9:30, then yes. I didn't want to speak for her without her input. So yes, let's start at 9:30 then.
Very well, then I think we're all agreed. 9:30 start tomorrow. If nobody's got any other points to make at this stage, I'll close for the day now, and I'll see you at 9:30 in the morning.
Thank you.